Excuse me, the lawyers are only partly funny. What's actually funny, Shiori, is the commentators who are playing the game. Let's be real here. Anyway, hello, hi! Hello, everyone. Sorry, I just realized like a minute ago that the title for the video that's playing as well as the thumbnail wasn't actually calibrated. Oh, this is the Miles Edgeworth. You know what? Legitimately, if the next Ace Attorney game that we're gonna play, I think I want it to be the Miles Edgeworth investigation games because they're like so. Like, I've played like a trial or two myself on the DS, and there's something about them that has like the sauce that makes me want to play them before I play like the mainline Ace Attorney games. Also, the music fucks. And also, I love my boy Miles. Anyway. Alright. I gotta stop bopping to this music. It's gonna distract me. Anyway, the investigation games spoil the trilogy. Well, here's the thing, Eldritch. I know there's the idea of if we're gonna play Ace Attorney, we're gonna play them in order, but I am literally, I am literally like hooked on a playthrough right now where they are playing the Ace Attorney trilogy. So I have basically spoiled myself up to trial 4 of the first game. So I'm a little disincentivized to start from there. Of course, we could always make it so that I play it and I'm the person who knows everything, and maybe Royal Wildfire is the one who's like, like maybe they're the Phoenix and I'm the Maya. Honestly, that'd be fun if Royal Wildfire took the reins for certain games because they know less than me and they would be able to experience it more wholly. Anyway, speaking of which, let me go ahead and give them a voice as I walk into the gamer screen. I can really put my sleuthing to the test. Yes, I think it would be fun because I don't know how it would work Discord wise. Maybe Royal Wildfire could share their screen and then I could share the screen that I'm seeing from Discord. I think that would definitely be possible, but it would take a little bit of configuration and also them purchasing the game. But regardless, that's something we're going to think about for another day. Today, it's time. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, streamer. Hello, streamer. Hello, streamer. Okay, let me... Oh no, you're not showing up. Say something. Oh my god, Chrome is literally. Ugh, I don't know why it's like that. It doesn't even have the usual air this time, but whatever. I am going to put the source back on because they deserve to hear your voice. Chrome. It is. Chrome, Discord.
The set of the voices.
Oh wait, okay, now they can hear you.
Yippee!
Okay, turning you down. No, no offense. I realized that sounded really bad. You were like, "Yay!" and I'm like, a bit quieter now. All right.
It's like you're loud.
It's just like I always have to calibrate you a little bit because if I put you at full volume, like it's not your fault. It's just the nature of Chrome. It's gonna be blasting.
I am loud as hell.
Anyway, let me just make sure the game audio works. The game audio does work. Oh, I'm like,
Yep.
I would cringe looking back at the way I played, the way the streams worked, like the first 2 streams, because it was so slow, and I was like setting things up, and I'm like I'm so glad I have a better handle on it now.
It's just like that. What's happening? The fact that I was sharing the audio with the game. It's like God knows what they're saying.
And even the fact that I had to figure out like, oh, I should make it so that I can split the audio so it's, you know, not just you in the game at full tilt. It's a way that I can turn you up and the game down. So that was a whole different process a couple streams in.
Real. That way we're not competing. That way I'm not competing against the game audio.
Oh my god! Ah, it says final!
Ah,
Oh
it's
my
the
god!
last trial! What
Okay.
the fuck?
What the fuck, dude? Oh yeah, okay. Alright.
Oh yeah.
Thank God for visual
I
novels and
remember.
their history button. Okay.
No, we don't have the regular judge. I have to actually
Oh,
sound professional and not
yeah.
like a cartoon character. Ah,
I'm
this is fucked
sussing
up
him
anymore.
out, by the way. Like, he's
Definitely.
something.
There's something going on with him.
Oh yeah,
God knows
I
what it
remember.
is.
I think last week I literally shrieked when Van Zeeks came out and put his leg on the. Like I literally was not expecting that, and I was just like, That's so slay of you.
Fucking funny.
That girl is no detective, so repeating rumors heard around the yard, reading entries from a notebook. That's practically a script. But you're in danger of becoming a more sinister Reaper. The defense
What did you say?
requests that the defendant be allowed to speak. He may be privy to important information. Van Zeeks is just there. So the cross-examination is still focused on Gina, but I guess it's just he's there now.
He's there. And we didn't press.
Yeah.
Anything, I don't think. Yeah.
He's not like interjecting or anything. Okay. I mean, we could press it again. I'll see if it skips to indicate that we've read it already.
Yeah, I don't think we pressed anything.
Okay,
We just listened to the
It's not
original
skipping,
thing.
so
yeah.
this is new.
You're... Gotta get into the voice.
She also, by the way, I don't know if you read this in chat, but Shiori does say we love Royal Wildfire in this house.
Yippee!
Yippee!
Thank you, Shiori.
In other words, it shows that Gregson was basically acting as the Reaper. Not you, Noel. That ain't the only explanation in it. Oh my god. Hi.
Oh yeah, he's
Sorry.
here. Hey, buddy.
The
He's
spectrum
gonna
of
do
strangled
fucking,
voices.
like.
Anyway. It could have been investigating the Reaper in secret in that notebook said what he found out. If I may. When originally people began referring to me as the Reaper, I didn't object. I believed the power to intimidate London's criminal classes into compliance with the law to be beneficial. But you carried out your own investigations into the true identity of the Reaper, didn't you? Yes, and those investigations proved conclusively that Gregson was one arm of the Reaper. One arm? What are you on about? The Reaper's victims were all extremely shrewd criminals at the top of their game. There's simply no way one person could have taken them on alone. The Reaper is an organization.
With you at its head.
What the fuck do you want me to say, yes? I had
yeah, actually, that would be nice.
I had spies at the yard keeping me sorry.
As soon as I saw the word abreast, I was like, oh lord, there goes Sang.
As I had spies at the yard keeping me abreast of Gregson's movements, letting me know when he was elsewhere. So I'd been able to check the most recent entry in his book. I knew the location. You knew it said Grouse? Oh yeah, that was the club where Gregson was, I think?
No, it wasn't a club. It was a... Yeah, believing it.
Oh yeah, it was. They thought it was a gentleman's club, but it was with the boat.
ferry.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Believing it to be a reference to the gentleman's club, I went there on the day in question to investigate alone. I'm just imagining again. Remember, the same joke, but remember the American Dad clip where he's like fucking throwing it back, and I'm like, that's Barrick in the club investigating.
If you go back in stream chat, it's there.
It's there. I'm just bringing it up again
There
because
it
it made me
is.
laugh again. Anyway. Ah, so that explains why several members of the club claim to have seen you there, busting it down sexual style. But of course,
I actually saw the episode that, the episode of American Dad that clip came from.
Mhm.
I think like the day after we talked about it. I just looked up and I was like, it's the thing!
I have arrived.
It's Barrack Von Zix.
It's his moment.
Busting it down in the club.
But of course, the inspector was not there.
Because at the time, he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France. As shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. Very well then. Back to your testimony about the contents of this notebook.
Fine. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? You seemed a little shocked by something a moment ago. Oh, no, it's alright. I'm overthinking this, aren't I? Is there
Wait, go into history? Did I miss something? My brain hasn't turned on yet.
Me neither. This notebook
No,
has a lot of stuff about what the Reaper got up to these past few years. Maybe... I'm not gonna present anything. I'm just saying let's...
I was about to say, like, brother.
We don't have the notebook, unfortunately.
No, we do not.
Did we inspect the trunk?
Ish.
Okay, we
Yeah,
have
we did.
inspected that. Oh! Didn't inspect this? Did I even open it? I didn't even open it.
We did.
Oh, we did. Okay.
No, we did open it. I don't. Yeah, because the opening and closing thing always shows like, hey,
Okay.
you haven't done this.
Oh, but why? Because it says everything inside is checked.
Cause hold on, I gotta sneeze. Essentially, you can always check like opening and closing mechanisms of things, so that you can look back and forth between the evidence and like what it looks like when it's closed and what it looks like when it's opened. It's the same thing with the police thing.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a little bit.
It's the same thing with the little
Whatever.
police doll. Yeah, and I'm sure it'll probably do a similar thing with the Sholmes bunny thing. Also, go back in history. Did I miss something? My brain has not turned on yet.
So basically,
with the.
So
Yeah.
basically, this is
nice.
summing up that, yeah, in the notebook it has information about the Reaper, and so because we have Barrack saying yes, the Reaper, Gregson was heavily involved. He was just one person involved with the Reaper, and Van Zieks was indirectly involved because he was investigating what the Reaper was, and he had spies, so he basically tried to follow Gregson into the grouse, believing it was the club, but he was actually
he was making his way to his steamship.
But he was actually on the steamship, as shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. And then Ryunosuke did the which is where he was like, maybe I'm overthinking this.
This time he's making his way to the steamship on the north coast of France.
Huh. Okay, yeah, I see what's happening.
Okay.
I
But we
see
can
why
just keep
Ryunosuke
pressing.
was like that. Hold it! Yeah.
Names of victims, dates, places, and stuff? What in particular? Well, besides the victims' names, this other name kept cropping up. What other name was that? It's the one I told you yesterday. The same name written over and over again. You mean
Assassin.
Asa Shin, the title of this stream?
Whoa!
Yeah, that's the one. She's a friend of yours this summer, ain't she? You know, Japanese people know each other and all that. Were you even listening yesterday? Asa Shin, the assassin. What? Like a killer, you mean? No one would say it like that, but it's funny if they did. Gregson was
but
the
it's funnier if you do.
Gregson was the tactician, the one who came up with the plan of attack. He investigated the marks thoroughly, finding out when they would be vulnerable and who to use to get at them.
shit, this fucking man. Okay.
Yeah, keep abreast of who you're voicing.
Yeah. I have to go all the way down my... There we go. But the person actually executing his plans was someone else, you're saying? If that's true, then the Reaper does indeed start to sound like an organized group of vigilantes.
Ah, then perhaps what it's on the passport document. Permission for the applicant and one additional person to travel. Could that additional person have been...
Clearly the assassin, who was meant to take Seshiro Jigoku's life.
Slappity! Gina, can you confirm that? Against the final entry that listed Grouse and Seishiro Jigoku? What name was written? Oh, well, that's the only entry that didn't have a name next to it as it happens. What? It just had a question mark or something there, I think.
In other words, Gregson himself didn't know the identity of the assassin in that case.
But Gregson was the one making the plans, was he not? Oh, how infuriating! A nameless assassin.
It said grouse.
Hold it!
And you're saying that the mark listed was Seishiro Jigoku? That's what it said. Funny name if you ask me. And I thought your name was on. I'm racist now, cause I'm with the cops. So pleased to have lost my crown there.
Mr. Jigoku was the presiding judge of Japan's Supreme Court of Judicature. I remember the man. He came to our country as a visiting student 16 years ago.
Studying international law and diplomacy under your tutelage, Lord Strongheart.
That bearded young fellow was a very able man, I must say.
So Lord Strongheart was Judge Jigoku's mentor. So Lord Strongheart was, involved in something else once more, huh?
If I'm not mistaken, he returned to Japan 10 years ago now.
10 years ago, after that fateful case. Let's keep talking about it.
Precisely. In the aftermath of the Professor case, his repatriation was organized immediately. Japanese silence. It's a mystery why such a man would be listed in the inspector's notebook.
I didn't think it was possible, but the mooning has got even worse now. Maybe I'll just keep... Gina doesn't know shit about the Professor case, so she's just like, what are you talking about? Wait, whatever.
It's like, I don't know what the hell is going on, but I'm sick of the vibe.
Hold it!
The vibes here are atrocious. What do you mean a criminal? Judge Jigoku is no criminal. Well, don't ask me. I don't know nothing about it. Oh,
She's just caught in the middle of this.
do you remember what Father told us? That Judge Jigoku did once appear in court here in Britain. It was related to the Professor case, I'm sure. Yes, I believe he testified on the behalf of Kazuma's father to defend him. But ultimately was, like, convicted of something because he was too rambunctious? I think that's what I remember.
Yeah.
What the hell is a JPEG? Sorry.
Seshiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took to the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and, actually managed to break the witness stand.
Oh, I forgot that detail.
He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged.
This feels like, you know that meme where it's like a guy saying, and then he did this, and there's the girls going, wow, and her thoughts are based. That's me right now.
Based. Real. Good job, Seshiro.
It was a pitiful situation, yes. I'd forgotten all about it, but I prosecuted that trial too, as it happens. You did? It was considered to be an adjunct to the professor proceedings, you see. But he was acquitted after being told to make reparation for the damage caused to the stand.
Dunk. And there you have it.
Have what?
Surely the accused hasn't forgotten his own rule. That there's no saving anyone who faces the Reaper in court, guilty or innocent alike.
No! Are you suggesting that the reason Judge Jigoku was targeted for assassination?
The man was sent back to Japan immediately after that trial. The Reaper had no time to do his work. But then, 10 years later, the mark returns to Britain once more. Perhaps now you start to see just how vindictive the Reaper is. Vindictive is actually how it's
Come
pronounced.
on,
Oops.
that's absurd! To take someone's life for that?
Isn't the whole premise of the Reaper absurd? Killing those who have been found innocent? Clearly, the rules by which the man operates are beyond a sane person's comprehension.
But... Your Honor, they're guilty because it's, weird. And it doesn't make sense because they don't make sense. Right, I've had just about enough of this. Gina?
Oh, Gina's sick of it.
All this nonsense about the boss plan to kill people, it's cobblers! Apple cobblers. Come on, Otto! Yes? Why ain't you saying nothing? Why ain't you yelling out objection or something? What? You gotta find a flaw, you do usually. Someone's lying there, no question. You gotta work out who it is. Please, for the boss. Stop posing like that.
Maybe. That outburst was an insult to the court and to your own testimony. I might have known that a common pickpocket from the back slums couldn't make a detective.
Bitch! She's grieving!
When this trial is over, you will forfeit your warrant card, Miss Lestrade. Is that clear?
I've had it with the lawyer! It's lies every bleeding place you look in this world, ain't it? Well, I've had enough! Gina?
Get the ass, Gina!
So have I. After that little speech of Gina's, I've made up my mind. To do what, Mr. Naruhodo? There was one point in this cross-examination when something that was said just didn't sit right with me. One statement that seemed odd, and I don't mean like my name. Oh, do you mean? I'm not gonna let Gina's plea for help fall on deaf ears.
Hell yeah.
So I'm going to keep making her beg. Fucked up. I want to thank you, Gina. You helped me find my resolve. The resolve of the Naruhodo, but whatever.
The resolve.
Eh?
What do you mean?
Amongst everything we've heard during this cross-examination, there's one thing that defies explanation. One inconsistency.
What? An inconsistency?
Really, Odo? I don't quite know what it means yet, but... Yes, there's an inconsistency and something that was said by... I mean, we know. That's when Naruhodo was like, that seems weird.
Like, what? Like,
Take that!
Oh.
It was ew.
By you, Kazuma Asogi.
Me? Is this some attempt at filibustering, counsel? Prosecutor Asogi has given no testimony. What are you suggesting I said that was inconsistent?
You let something slip that you shouldn't have. When I present the relevant piece of evidence, I imagine you'll realize what you've done. We're both operating on like one brain cell today.
Very well then, Counsel. Go ahead. What evidence reveals this alleged inconsistency in something Prosecutor Asogi has said?
So, it's a good thing I did remember to, like, go back and read exactly what Kazuma said, because it had to do with the fact that, oh, we know that Gregson was there because we saw the ticket in the luggage. That is approximately what he said. That made,
Yeah.
That made Renosuke pause.
Yeah, it's not this.
It's not the. I mean, it has to do with the trunk, but I guess not.
Yeah, but it's the last thing. Yeah.
Passport?
Decision to travel to France, I think, because here's the thing, because he said that he's been saying this whole time that it was a gentleman's club.
Mm-hmm.
But then he said that like something couldn't happen because they were on a steamboat to France, and it's like, I thought that you said that he was at the club.
Getting crunk.
He was at the club I was at the club getting crunk.
Also, this is kind of making me sad because I think in reality the one additional person was Gina, you know?
Yeah, it was 100% because Gregson was talking about how he wanted to get him and Gina out of Britain as quickly as he could back in, like, I think the third chapter.
So
of this
present
game.
this?
I think this is what we
Take that!
Uh-oh.
It is.
Is that the stare of correct answer?
Who fucking knows? British silence. So, my initial impressions were correct. This is nonsense.
You accuse your best friend and back it up with that? Clearly. The Ryunosuke Naruhodo I knew is dead.
Oh my god, like I felt that. Struck down. Stop saying your best friends. Gay ass.
Damn.
Anyway. I believe. Oh, thank you, Susato. I believe what you intended to point out, Miss Naruhodo, was when Kazuma said.
At the time he was making his way to the steep. Yeah. Oh, it probably should have been the ticket.
The ticket.
As shown by the passport found in this victim's metal trunk.
We just showed the. Okay. What did we show again? Hold on. I'm not gonna let y'all shame me. I'm gonna load.
We showed the passport.
Okay.
And so I think.
So maybe we should check the ticket.
The blue thing.
This?
Yeah.
Oh!
It's on the back. Yep.
Black Bay Line.
Black Bay Line.
Okay.
Think it's this.
Don't be mad at me, besties. Uh-oh. Is that the silence of correct answer I see?
British silence.
No!
So,
What the fuck?
Even when I reload, it's
Wait.
skipping the dialogue because it remembered.
Damn.
Oh, this is just like Undertale. I
Wait,
can't
what?
escape it.
He was talking about how he went on the fucking thing.
He was
Thanks
on
to
his
the
way to
biggest-
France, as shown
on
by the
his way to
passport.
France. Even though he said that, my brain don't work.
So, police business.
It's on his. Help.
Port of Dunkirk.
Help.
Okay.
It's illegal to be
I'm-
gay in Britain.
like-
They can't say lovers.
I mean, okay. I'm just gonna throw this one out there because the trunk is involved.
Yeah, fuck it. Trunk.
Oh,
Holy
shit!
shit!
Oh man! Oh man!
Are you
What's that?
kidding
What's
me?
that? Sometimes it works. Sometimes I'm on my game.
the
What can I say? Anyway,
Huh.
This is the trunk that belonged to Inspector Gregson.
Metal construction, is it? It's certainly very heavy. What's this? A bloodstain? And a relatively fresh one, too. Oh.
What? You mean that egg grease from all the boss's fish and chips? The fish was so undercooked it was bloody raw.
It's fucking raw!
It's fucking raw!
I'm surprised that there hasn't been like a Gordon Ramsay British stereotype in this game, but it's too late for that. Fresh blood. Yes?
No, I was just wailing in anguish about the missed Gordon Ramsay opportunity. Then again, I don't think he was. I don't think he was not alive at this point.
That's true.
In history.
But also, my hope is that maybe they'll bring in like 1 or 2 new characters in this trial, and I can give them the Gordon Ramsay voice. It's not too late for us, Royal.
I don't think we're getting any new characters.
No, say it ain't so. Fresh blood on the inspector's trunk. That suggests that the victim was traveling. Ooh.
Perhaps, maybe not new characters, but maybe characters we've seen, but haven't had a voice yet.
Perhaps. That suggests the victim was traveling with that luggage when he was killed.
That can't be. There was no mention of any trunk in Scotland Yard's report.
Oh yeah, when we went back to the scene, the trunk just appeared. Yes, there's a reason for that.
It was just fucking there.
Immediately after the inspector's body was discovered, one of the street peddlers made off with the trunk, hoping to sell it.
Oh yeah, fucking Beppo!
Fucking Beppo! But I found it, me, with my nose for trouble.
Oh, how far I've fallen!
I hope Beppo gets a happy ending. That man did not deserve to end up on the streets.
He deserves to be happy.
Which means nobody should have known anything about the trunk. Unless, of course, we're talking about somebody who was present when the victim was killed.
Japanese silence.
And yet, during the cross-examination of the witness just now, you said this, Kazuma. Say it again.
Because at the time, he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France, as shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. Ah, that's what it was.
So the question is...
I knew there was some kind of inconsistency with that, but I thought it was a different inconsistency than what it actually was.
How did you know about the inspector's trunk?
And the junk within it. Japanese silence. We know the man went on a trip to France. Where else would he have put his passport?
But you knew it was a metal trunk. Answer me honestly, Kazuma, my best friend. On 31st of October, where exactly were you?
Japanese silence. At the port of Dunkirk, on board the SS Grouse. Is that the answer you're looking for, Ryunosuke?
Kazuma, what did you... I hadn't considered the possibility before, but if Kazuma was there on the ship, then it can only have been for one purpose. Oh no, Mr. Naruhodo! Surely you don't think...
Come on, Ryunosuke, you know the rules. The only thing that really talks in the courtroom is hard evidence. As I understand it, Inspector Gregson always took that case with him when he traveled. So, as it stands, you've proved nothing.
Kazuma... Are you challenging me to prove it beyond all reasonable doubt? That you were there that you were there that day? In the same place at the inspector? He was there with Gregson? There's a clue that you've overlooked. A secret that trunk can tell us. I can't be sure at this point. I'll need to... Oh, the slash mark! It could be from a sword!
Yep.
Think. The accusation being made is deeply disturbing, but nevertheless, we must test it. The defense will identify for the court where in the trunk this alleged clue is to be found.
Gladly.
Slash.
Where is the evidence that, well, fuck you then?
Whatever.
I was speaking.
Got it!
This is your proof? What do you say to that, Prosecutor Osogi?
Personally, I think tying the defense counsel to the inspector's trunk and tossing it into the sea would be more helpful.
Kazuma, you're so mean to me!
At least that way, London's courtrooms will be safe from his destructive accusations. But the health bar has not come out.
I believe that was a rather long-winded way of saying that you're dumb as shit, Mr. Naruhodo.
Very well. Then let us see if you sink or swim under the weight of this penalty.
Ah!
Oh, what
that
the
was so violent. Mr. Naruhodo, you can't allow yourself to be drowned at sea yet. I was hoping never to let that happen, funnily enough. Alright, I guess...
Thank.
I guess I'll fucking
What the
save this time.
fucking what is
Okay.
it?
Firstly, I can't save?
What?
Hold on. Actually,
Oh, shit.
first, let's inspect it. Have you seen this huge gash across the side of the trunk here? It's gone right through the leather and into the metal behind. Gosh, for a metal chest like that to have been so badly damaged. Whatever made that gash would have struck the side of the trunk with considerable force. I wonder how it happened. But, okay, I literally did this, and they were like, no.
Yeah, okay, then what the fuck? What the fuck? I really don't... Huh? I checked the blood, I guess. I don't know.
Look at this dark stain here, do you think? Yes, I'm afraid so. I think it's blood. When is it not blood? I knew you were gonna say that. So that presumably means that this was present at the scene when Inspector Gregson was killed. It's the most logical conclusion, yes. To think Gina's been carrying this around with her. If you didn't know any better, I suppose it does look like a grease stain. No, the fuck it doesn't. It's so red.
How?
Bro. It's not like it is so old it like turns black or anything. It's like it's red, bro. Let's look inside.
The fucking what is it?
31st of October. This passport is for the day before Gregson's body was found. He needed this document for his trip to France. And when it says permission for the applicant and one additional person to travel, I can't believe it was you, Kazuma. Wait.
What?
Oh!
I guess.
Wait.
Oh! Okay, I guess.
Oh, there's something there!
What?
There's something stuck on the side of the trunk. It's glistening. It looks like a fragment of metal of some kind, but it's wedged in so tightly I can't remove it. Don't cut yourself. You better leave it, I think. Okay, so we were kind of we were spitting with this.
We were correct.
But we had to open it and put it specifically to the
correct. It's that.
I actually got it this time.
Fucking.
There's a small piece of metal lodged in the wall of the trunk here, like the tip of a blade. Eh? A blade? Kazuma, slung around your waist as ever today, is the esteemed blade Karuma.
Of course it is.
Won't you draw it here in this courtroom for all to see?
Japanese silence.
Exercise caution, my learned friend. That man is the son of London's most notorious killer.
Bailiff, watch Prosecutor Osogi like a hawk.
That won't be necessary.
Okay, animation. Oh. Oh.
Ching.
Oh no! The tip is broken. I hate that pose he does. It looks like he's so like hunched up. He's like, anyway. If the it's like a vampire when you like open the curtains and the sunlight comes in. Anyway. If the fragment of metal from the trunk fits together with the end of the sword, the question of who was there with Inspector Gregson will be answered. Agreed. Kazuma Asogi?
Dunk. Expertly done, Ryunosuke. That's a point to you, and well deserved. Do you mean to tell the court, Prosecutor Sogi? Yes. On 31st October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission.
So the additional person authorized to travel...
What the fuck? I thought it was Gina.
Was me. And the mission was the assassination of the Mark.
What?
But he died by gunshot wound.
You mean you're the killer whose name was omitted from this notebook? You were following the Reaper's orders to dispatch Judge Jigoku?
Japanese silence. Let me make one thing perfectly clear. I have killed no one. Explain. I accepted the assassination mission, yes, and I accompanied Gregson to Dunkirk. But I never had any intention of carrying out the plan.
You were never going to do it? We can believe Kazuma-sama, I'm sure. After all, Judge Jigoku arrived safely in London the following day.
On the 31st, I boarded a train from London with Inspector Gregson. We traveled to Dover, from where we crossed the Channel to Dunkirk. Then we boarded the SS Grouse and made for the cabin deck, as indicated in the plan.
You went to Judge Jigoku's cabin?
Exactly. He wasn't there, though. We decided to wait, but...
But you've already told us you had no intention of going through with it anyway.
I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life. So I left Gregson and disembarked the ship.
Bye! Deuces!
I spent that night at a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning.
A boarding house? In Dunkirk?
My signature will be in the register book. It would be simple enough to verify. Then, what became of Jigoku? Gregson was no assassin, so the mark was spared. I'm sure it's easy enough to imagine what happened after that. Gregson returned to England as well, having failed to complete the mission. He met with the Reaper in that room on Fresno Street to report the failure. He's still blinking. That's just his model, but...
Oh, I see the eyebrow raising up and down. You're right.
That's just his model. That's so fucking funny.
I mean, that is easier, just to put the 3D model and just overlay it with black.
Yeah, it's so funny to see his little...
I can't believe you noticed
eyebrow
that.
going blink.
His fucking Muppet eyebrows.
Is a man or is he a muppet?
Causing the infuriated mastermind to pull the trigger. And end his wretched agent's life.
So why was your sword in there?
Yeah, that's the real truth behind Inspector Gregson's murder.
But if that was a very testosterone-heavy But if you did nothing as you claim, how did the tip of your sword come to be lodged in the inspector's trunk?
Japanese silence.
I don't need to answer that.
I don't feel like answering that.
Girl! The victim was killed by a gunshot. A small fragment of a Japanese blade is irrelevant to the case. And accordingly, I choose to exercise my right to silence on that matter.
Damn. I mean, technically you can do that.
You ain't getting shit out of me.
Be that as it may, the court will sequester the sword as evidence.
Karuma is going to jail.
Japanese silence. As you wish, my lord.
The great sword Karuma has been entered into the court record.
Thank you, Elwoods.
As Elwoods is taking the sword away, Kazuma's like, "Thank you, Elwoods."
Thank you, Elwoods.
We must take immediate action now. To verify whether Seshiro Jigoku remains unharmed.
What? Remains unharmed?
I agree. That should be our first priority. It recently come to my attention that he hasn't been seen since yesterday.
How did you...
When a foreign dignitary invited to London goes missing for 24 hours, it's only natural that the question of his safety should arise.
You don't mean to say that you think Judge Shigoku was at the club, may have been killed?
The Reaper has more than one assassin at his disposal, and he has the power and influence to give orders from the inside of a prison cell. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks?
Why do all the men I love have horizontal lines just below their breasts just to anyway. Character design and the emphasis of shapes and anatomy, ladies and gents and others. Anyway, if I were truly the Reaper, I'd be able to tell you.
Think. Order! Order in the court! Order! We will take an emergency recess for 30 minutes.
Now?
Guests of the symposium have been told to maintain regular contact with the organizer's office. If the man can be located within half an hour, we will have to assume the worst.
Eldritch says, found someone today that for some reason likes to draw Bara stick figures.
Huh?
The burgeoning gay artist?
How? How the fuck?
We all have to start somewhere. Oh no, not Judge Shigoku! It's not even horny? Well, it all starts like that.
No one would want to kill a harmless Japanese man who'd only just arrived in the country. Except, that is, for the Reaper, wanting to finish off a mark that slipped through the net 10 years ago. The Reaper who just so happens to have a disdain against Japanese people.
I would have to agree. Mr. Naruhodo, for the defense's sake.
My lord?
I sincerely hope we are successful. If we're unable to confirm Mr. Jigoku's healthy existence in the next 30 minutes, you will face grave difficulties.
What'd he say fuck me for?
Fuck you. Court is adjourned for 30 minutes.
Everyone go pee-pee and
Get out of
poo-poo in
my-
the meantime.
Everyone go pinkle.
Yes, my lord! Kazuma-sama, the Reaper's assassin! I feel as though I'm in a nightmare. I can hardly believe it either. But on the other hand, Kazuma isn't in the habit of making up stories. Except for that time he, obscured the truth and made it look like he was involved when he actually was. I have such a terrible sense of foreboding. If something awful has happened to Judge Jigoku, the Bara lovers would weep. Then I feel as though things would only spiral further and further out of control. I felt it the moment I stepped into the courthouse this morning. That strange sensation that we were careering? I guess,
That is incorrect. It
isn't
should be
it careening?
Yeah, it's careening.
It's like the seagulls from Finding Nemo, but instead they go a foregone conclusion. Well, in the worst case, we might only have 30 minutes left. Unfortunately, though, I don't think there's anything we can do but wait now. We're out of options. Actually, there may be one last hand we can play. Or rather, one last ear. It's bunny time! Of course!
It's Bunny!
The little Shom stole that. Oh my god, I don't know if you guys know this, but I love a bunny. I fucking love a bunny. And this is a good ass bunny.
If for some reason you completely run out of options in the trial today, then just pull this little Hurley's ears as hard as you possibly can. He will turn into a real boy.
Perhaps now is the time. What should I do? Pull Harley's ears or not? Korean and career are the same word. Oh, Eldritch has mentioned in chat that it may be a Britishism rather than a typing error.
Oh my god. I hate Britishisms.
I hate the British.
I hate the British. Pull it!
Here goes then. Oh, here I was saying it in the tone of here goes nothing, but it's like here goes then. I'm going to do it.
Good luck, Mr. Naruhodo.
No look. They're hyping this up. It's so cute. No looking back. Heave!
Ow.
That scream sounded like Mr. Sholmes.
A little bit, actually. Mr. Sholmes, where are you?
Here, my dear fellow, here!
I was right. He did turn into a real boy. It's the felt doll talking.
Pull the ears again, Mr. Naruhodo, as hard as you can. Cock and ball torture him right now.
I put all my strength into it. Heave!
Ow! Please, my dear fellows, you don't need to pull my ear off.
Oh my god, it's the little Irish bear!
Mr. Sholmes, where are you?
What the fuck is on a steamship? Myself and my trusty partner are presently in the first-class cabin area of the SS Grouse.
You know, I was thinking, what would be a better reuse of a set than the trial from the first game where they're on a boat? Eh? It's me! The SS Grouse? It's me, Ryunosuke. You may be wondering how I got myself into this situation.
She left Dover last night, and after the final pieces of cargo were loaded.
Oh! It just flew to his ear.
We are currently docked at Dunkirk, but due to be underway again in half an hour.
You've taken a ship to France?
Please, even with my athletic prowess. His athletic prowess?
I can hear you tucking your hair behind your ear, Royal.
I would struggle to jump the Straits of Dover. After we left Baker Street last night, we hurried by cab to the station and by train to the port, in order to board this vessel in time.
I do like that the extra detail that his eyes are in the direction of the little guy and not like at the screen.
Yeah, it's so cute.
So you mean you already worked it out? That the steamship was where everything really took place?
Mr. Naruhodo, pray, what is my name?
Herlock Sholmes, world-famous great sexy detective.
You're damn right! Recited to perfection. Well done.
You're a genius, Mr. Sholmes. That's the only word for it.
Ow, 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 ow! Miss Susato, gently with the genius's ear, please.
Oh my, I'm ever so sorry.
I love the little pulling animation. Who the
Yeah.
fuck is this?
If I may, Sholmes.
Oh wait, I know who this is.
If I may, Sholmes.
Oh!
Ah, there you are, Mikatoba. Yeah,
Ah!
I fucking knew it.
It's me talking to myself and you talking to yourself. Oh, we didn't plan for the voices to align this way, but it just is so perfect.
You may remember that it was in fact I who made the connection to the SS Grouse. At Scotland Yard yesterday when we examined that notebook and I recalled my steamship ticket.
But of course it was, my dear fellow. And not once did I controvert that fact.
I merely had our court-bound companions utter my name. Japanese silence. Yes, you did, didn't you?
We've just entered a recess. The trial resumes in 30 minutes from now.
And if we're unable to present any new leads, then I'm afraid to say.
Do not fret, please. It's for precisely that purpose that my partner and I have made this journey. I have no doubt we shall have welcome news for you within the half hour.
Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. That would be wonderful.
Until later, then.
Yes, you'll be hearing from us if you're not in touch first.
Ow, 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 ow. I shan't be hearing anything if you keep tugging my ear in that mindless fashion. Ow, ow. Whatever was the idea behind making a receiver operated in that way in the first place, Sholmes? Why the deuce would I know? It's Iris's invention, not mine! Ow, 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 my little ear! Owie! Owie!
Ouchie!
Ouch, 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 ow! Whilst I know how much you enjoy being the hero of the hour, Sholmes, whilst I know how much of a little attention whore you are, Sholmes, we have but half that now before the grouse puts to sea again. If we don't conclude our investigations rapidly, we shall find ourselves in Naples before long. There are times, Mikatoba, when you make a surprising amount of sense. So, let us begin.
Oh, we're playing as them?
Oh my god! Also, yeah, it truly is just the two little teams.
Wait
It's
a minute.
You talking to yourself and me talking
He
to
has
myself.
2 fishies now. There was only 1 last time. He has 2 now.
He's got 2 fishies and hair grew
Oh,
out.
he hair grew. Okay, good for him.
Holy shit. First class cabin number 2. Yes, this is the one. But I don't believe an investigation at the cabin is going to be plain sailing. It's this motherfucker. That crewman standing in front of the door is an angry-looking fellow. Oh, this is so cool!
Russian!
Oh, fuck. It's just... Alright, I've got this. This is the Royal Wildfire Show.
Why are you loitering here? Who are you?
My dear fellow, do you not recognize a world-famous great detective when you see one?
The question really ought to be,
Who are you? Look at his little...
That's a new angle! Or that might actually be the same animation, but like a different angle of it. Okay.
I love him.
Oh look, he wrote his name.
Hey! Hey!
do you not recognize world-traveling great sailor Chicken Stroganoff
Oh,
when you see...
the other guy was beef, and this guy is his brother Chicken!
This is his gut! I hate this game.
Great detective. Ah! I don't think so.
Offended British silence. Do you see that, Mikatoba? It would appear that this man is a devoted follower of mine. Goodness me, is that a tattoo? That says Sholmes? I must say, while such adoration is flattering, naturally, it does leave me a little cold.
What are you talking about? Leave, now!
How distressing. My loyal devotee knows me only by name and not by appearance. And yet I already know a great deal about you, sir. You have a brother, I believe. Like yourself, he's a shipman.
Oh.
Currently...
currently traveling the world aboard a Russian steamship. In fact, stop looking at me with those big old eyes. Oh, how could you know this? Elementary, my dear Mikatoba. I'm sure it was. 3 days ago, I was bound for London aboard this ship, you see. We're looking for one of my fellow passengers, a man by the name of Jigoku. There is no one with that name on board. But we know that he purchased a ticket for passage. Russian silence. Ah, you mean Eastern man. He left shift 2 hours ago.
I am happy to inform you that Peehee is screaming your name in chat.
Peehee! Hello. Here at Dunkirk, he said something about emergency, I think. What? Are you sure? So Seshiro's realized that we're after him, has he? His cabin is the one behind you. We should like to investigate, please. No, I have orders not to let even mouse inside. You are rabbit, so that does count. British silence. Mikatoba, be a good man and draw this sailor's attention away, would you? Make up some excuse so that he leaves the area.
I like to think that he's saying this like right in front of the sailor, not even whispering.
Yeah, 100%. Doesn't Great Detective see that even sailors have ears, both left and right? Silence. Curses! The plan is ruined!
The plan!
Love him so much. This is the best fucking thing ever! And you have only yourself to blame, I'm afraid, Sholmes. Forget it. Cabin door is locked. Even if I am not here, you cannot get inside. British silence. Mikatoba, I'm sure you haven't forgotten my special talent, have you? Opening any lock? Listen to me for 5 seconds. So, if you'd be so kind as to afford me the requisite time, old friend, in your typically accommodating manner, how could I refuse such a typically unappealing request, old friend? Ah! So, I need to distract that burly sailor for 5 seconds, do I? Good man. So, the game is afoot. Holy
We are
shit.
playing as the Toba!
Holy shit. We are the Toba! This would appear to be an alarm bell. All hell would break loose if that thing were to ring. The whole crew would know about it. Leave it alone.
I'm gonna keep looking around.
World famous band set it off?
I was gonna be like,
Is that you?
Wolf in Sheep's Clothing? Oh my god! I love that song!
Wolf in Sheep's Clothing? Oh my god! Catch me if you can! Wow!
No, I think not. That would never work, surely. We need to concoct another distraction.
What is that?
What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that on the ground?
This must be a mousetrap, I think. Perhaps I could distract the crewman's attention with this
Okay.
somehow.
I don't think this will work, but I wanna try it.
That'd be so fucking funny.
That sounds like Big Mouse and Trap. I will bring bucket of water later and put out of misery. Japanese silence. I don't like the sound of that. In any case, my dear fellow, that was quite unconvincing. Only Japanese mice make a chew sound. That's why
That's
Pikachu's
true!
called that, 'cause mouse.
Oh, really, Sholmes? And pray tell, what sound do Russian mice make? PP, naturally. P.
P.
Two. We just need some mouse to say ka.
Uh-huh.
Though
What
also
fucking
quite
mouse will say
unconvincing,
ka?
I readily admit.
A demon.
I don't know. Ka. Rat. PP, naturally. Though also quite unconvincing, I readily admit. So go ahead, Mikatoba. Do a PP this time.
It is a bathroom break after all.
No, thank you. I'm sure I could come up with an alternative solution.
Alright. So, okay, so I think our options are
fuck is-
that alarm. What the fuck is this? A light switch?
Ah, the switch for the electrical lights. Perhaps if I were to turn off the lights, the crewmen wouldn't be able to see what we were doing. I think that's it.
You think that's it?
Wait, but then he wouldn't be able to see what he's doing. Sholmes wouldn't be able to see.
I kind of.
Oh wait, no, he's got fucking glowing. He's got see in the dark bullshit on his goggle mask thing.
I want to look up whatever is the wrong
Yeah,
answer
well-
first and really explore them. That's why I did the mouse trap, because I knew it was obviously wrong. So,
Yeah, it's like that's incorrect.
I'm going to hope this is incorrect so we can continue.
I don't think it's incorrect. Click.
Ah! What is happening? Where is light?
Now, Sholmes, now! Thud, thump.
It sounds like pots clattering.
Click.
Nobody there.
That was a close shave. Quite a knack you have, stumbling so violently in an apparently empty corridor. Do be quiet, Sholmes. I shall have to think of another approach.
Alright, so that wasn't it.
That's the way back to the deck, but we certainly can't give up on this now.
Alright, what's this?
Oh, hello, a thing. That's a speaking tube for members of the crew to communicate with one another around the ship. If I could just persuade our stocky sailor friend that he needed to use it, Sholmes could unlock the door whilst he was distracted. The question is, how?
A little bit of a two-part riddle here. I'm just gonna examine everything.
That's another first-class cabin, and yet its door is completely unguarded. Empty as well. I had a quick look inside earlier. Though I confess I didn't investigate the wardrobe.
Shut up, Sholmes!
There may very well be a young Japanese fellow inside, perspiring merrily.
For your information, Mr. Sholmes, I'm out of the closet.
If you're referring to Naruhodo, you know very well that he's currently perspiring merrily in court. Does it not strike you, though, Mikatoba? Why the man stands guard only in front of this cabin, when both are apparently vacant?
Makes you think.
Makes you think. He's like a Nio Temple Guardian statue, this fellow, the way he's glaring at us so fiercely. Tell me, why are you standing guard here if the cabin is unoccupied? Because this area is only for first-class passengers. We must look out for suspicious criminals.
With a K.
Not the K, criminals. He was looking straight at me when he said that. My dear fellow, as you can plainly see, we are quite unsuspicious as criminals go. But still criminals.
We are the most innocent criminals.
No, 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 for goodness sake, Sholmes, tell the man we're neither suspicious nor criminals.
Ah, yes, quite right, Mikatoba.
Curses, the seaman is far too able for his own good. Be extremely careful in what you say. One of us ought to be, yes.
You're so silly.
It's so fun having the voice of reason being the one that we're playing as. instead of the voice of reason being the one who's helping. Set it off.
What the hell, immortal? Anyway.
Here goes then. Pardon me in advance. You! What are you doing? If we were at sea, that would be a very bad problem.
What's going on?
What's going on?
You think you're gonna talk to
I
this whole
forget.
thing?
I'm voicing everyone. Yeah, no, I was about to say, wait a minute, I forgot. I'm voicing literally everyone here.
Seaman Stroganoff, report at once.
Sorry, sir. Nothing to report. It was just stupid trick. No, not by me, by world famous... no, as I told you. Now, Sholmes, now! Done. Not even 5 seconds, eh? Well, don't stand there gawping at my brilliance, Mikitoba. In we go! Oh, yes. Don't stand there checking me out. I know I'm hot. But let's go. We've got a job to do.
Ooh.
Herm.
What the fuck?
What the fuck? Good gracious. Good gracious!
Oh, gracious! Like, you activated a sleeper cell agent in me when you said that.
Me too.
Like, that came
was
from
like-
in the throat.
I saw Mikitoba's good. Huh?
Like, once you said it in the judge's tone, I was like, oh! I said it right after you did.
I read Mikitoba say it, I was like, wait a minute! Good gracious!
Hell yeah.
It would appear that the occupant of this cabin did indeed disembark rather hurriedly.
He exploded.
Those clothes on the floor there, they're Seshiro's, without question.
So
How
you're
do you know
saying
this?
he's out there
How do you know this?
naked.
Oh my god, Drax, it's your time. Well,
I'm
it
just
seems
imagining
we are just a
that-
little too late.
That grown ass man with his beard just like tiptoeing around the city like
It's like one of those stupid fucking like secondhand embarrassment episodes or cartoons
Yeah.
where like they get locked out during laundry day or something.
Oh my god, he's having his own little like anime episode on by himself. Eldritch, I believe he is a hairy bear. I'm sure he is, Eldritch. I'm glad that that's your response in all this. Very scientific.
Yes, by about 2 hours. Still, whilst we're here, we should investigate thoroughly. There may well be 2 hours worth of clues to find in here. But that burly crewman may return at any moment, Sholmes. Indeed he may. Which makes this all the more thrilling.
Oh? I like how the converse is still Naruhodo's. Because whatever.
We can't present. What do we have? Quite the exquisite glass, I must say. See here how it... Is something wrong, Sholmes? You suddenly trailed off. Ice, Mikitoba, ice! What opulence the first-class passengers enjoy! Chilled drinks! Pardon? Could it be that the steamship is equipped with an electrically refrigerated cold room, do you think?
Wait a minute! Wait a minute! Makes you think, huh? Remember how in the trial, the judge was like, there's no place in Britain that has a refrigerator that could store a body.
Yet there's no place in Britain! Well, it is a luxury liner after all. They have enormous refrigerators for storing all sorts of lavish produce as well as ice. On our voyage from Japan, we enjoy culinary delights from all over the world. British silence. Suddenly, Mikitoba. The sight of you is making my...
Oh my god. Well, at least they're in a bedroom, so it's like keeping it inside, but okay, y'all. Radiant Roses is right. There is no heterosexual explanation for this. Also, Shom's looking at the viewer while saying this is like, the writers knew what the fuck they were doing.
Hold on, I need to do something real quick. I'm just gonna...
What? Where are you going?
Hold on. There we go. Important for posterity.
Oh. And making that my wallpaper. And back to the stream.
Anyway. The sight of you is making my mouth water.
He does like
Japanese silence.
like the gay flag appears over Mikotoba's head and his eyebrow raises.
I haven't taken on the flavor of the food I ate, you know.
Wow, that was really important, but also really gay? What the fuck?
Yes!
Oh, this game.
I'm very gay. Okay, I think I've
Take a moment to recover.
I think I'm good. According to the report I was given, Naruhodo was concealing himself in Asoki's wardrobe.
Oh, speaking of gay.
Indeed he was, and it was of similar size to this one. Ah, you must climb inside yourself, my dear fellow. What? Whatever for? It was the site of my first fateful meeting with Mr. Naruhodo. You can experience the moment for yourself now, complete with my dramatic rhetoric. Come along now, in you go, this will only take a moment. Really, so surely you can just tell me what you said. British silence. Well, I uttered some brilliant remark and opened the wardrobe to reveal the stowaway murderer. I think I'll just read about it in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes.
Good job.
He wanted to share the experience with his boyfriend. There's a speaking tube here, look. Though it's been stoppered with some cloth. So the voices of the crewmen on the bridge are an annoyance, I suppose. Or indeed, so that the voices in this cabin aren't heard elsewhere. Huh. Could something have happened in here that was for no one else's ears, do you think?
I mean, it is a bedroom.
It is a bedroom. Either that, or... it could be to prevent snakes from entering. That's really become a favorite case of yours, hasn't it? Yes, it's my favorite. How could you know?
I came
Oh
up
my
with the name of
goodness, you know
myself,
me
the
so
Suckled
well.
Ban, yeah.
Yes. These are the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabin. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Additionally, there are severe punishments for stowing away in wardrobes and or travel cases. I feel the rules have increased since I last read them. Probably just my imagination.
Yeah, maybe. There was no precedent that would have allowed that change to happen.
Achievement get gay. Real. What about the fact that they're not straight on the wall? Doesn't that strike you? You may be right. Probably just your imagination, though. A trifle. And you know what I always say, Mikotoba. There is nothing important about trifles. It's probably just my imagination, but I think that might be slightly off.
So much to investigate. God damn.
Yeah, damn. This is the waste paper basket, look. And there's still rubbish inside. Indeed. Then let us pry. Let me be nosy. I've discovered recently I have a penchant for exploring the contents of others' waste paper baskets. I sincerely hope only for your work.
You fucking trashed demon.
Oh, wait. Important. Oh, the soundboard interface is different now.
Oh, it is! Discord update. Ah, damn.
Weird.
Here, we have a notice issued to passengers from 3 days ago. 3 days ago? The night before we arrived in London, then. When I was still aboard myself.
Ooh.
Following departure from the port of Dunkirk, all crew members are... Oh,
I didn't click it.
well. Ah, yes. There was an evacuation drill. I remember now. For our safety and security, all first-class passengers were constantly under the watchful eye of the crew. So it was a welcome relief to have some privacy for once.
The evacuation drill itinerary has been entered in the court record. If you can't tell, because we're while first talking, I'm eating dinner.
Yeah, thank you, Elwoods. Enjoy your... What are you having for dinner, dear?
I have some spinach and some salmon and some potato and rice and cucumber. It's good.
Would you mind sharing with a poor
Say the line!
poor hungry detective?
Say the line, Jones!
A great detective. That's a subsequential heap of clothes on the floor.
Did you say subsequential?
Substantial. I'm... Listen. I'm a little silly. I'm a little
We
dyslexic.
get a little silly around here.
An overcoat, shirts, a dressing gown, Momohiki work trousers, a Tanzan robe, a haramaki waistband, clearly the clothing of a Japanese man. And clearly, Japanese men are unaccustomed to the culture of the wardrobe. It looks to me as if they've been thrown in a heap like that in something of a hurry. Indeed. You could help yourself to a Japanese man's shirt, perhaps. I'm sure you've made mention of packing too few. I'd very likely drown in one of Seshiro's shirts. No, I'll just buy any extras I need, I think.
Oh my god, if you wore his boyfriend
size
Judge's
difference.
shirt, he'd drown in it? Oh my god.
Oh,
Good image. Good image.
That's so good. Ah! I need me a... Hey.
What?
Hmm.
Oh, like it moved
Yeah,
or
I
something?
thought it was a little weird. Yeah, that's because I remember when we first were here, the notice board for the like rules and stuff, it was there, not over there. Plenty of reading material to keep passengers occupied on the long sea voyages. I found the mixture of classic literature and easy reading to be most satisfactory, I must say. Whoever stocked this bookcase was a hopeless heretic. There's no copy of The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, my dear fellows! I'm afraid it's just me, but no, you're quite right. More blasphemous than overlooking the Bible. I shall leave a copy behind. I just happen to have one with me.
Fucking nerd!
You're a true missionary of the Church of Great Detectives, aren't you?
Elder
They're so
says,
silly.
Elder
They're so
says, I'd sure like to rip
silly."
off a certain Japanese man's shirt. The level of thirst I am putting on display is exhausting.
Oh, don't worry, buddy. I am right there with you. The wall is a slightly different color here. Don't you see?
It's subtle, so
A
you really have
color.
to look for it.
You have to look. You have to look very closely. Don't worry about me being right behind you as you look very closely at the wall. Indeed, what you have observed arises when a frame that has been hanging for some time is removed. British silence. Perhaps your friend is an art thief. Now, there's a bold deduction worthy of a great detective, I'm sure. He may very well be the elusive thief who has been plaguing Franz's galleries of late. I think perhaps we should focus our attentions elsewhere, Sholmes, don't you?
I wonder if that's a reference to, you know how Sherlock Holmes and Arsène Lupin? Those books? I believe
don't think
Lupin
I've ever
is the
read a
great
Sherlock Holmes.
Phantom Thief. I believe he's French. So that might be a reference to that.
Oh, nice. That outline on the wall. feel as though I might have spotted something of a similar shape and size elsewhere.
That's
I
the
look
great deductions we were
slightly
talking
to the
about.
left. Wow. That's a very sizable trunk indeed. Seshiro is partial to all things large.
You don't say.
Hey yo! And a rather clumsy fellow if you fail to notice he'd left that behind. Perhaps he left it on purpose. It's lighter than you might think, but still a hindrance to a speedy escape.
Oh?
Pity. It's locked, so we can't look inside. Surely 5 seconds from now, the situation will be quite different, though? Sadly not. It has a 7-digit combination lock. And I'm not in a morose enough mood to work through all the combinations at present.
Oh?
Ah! You are still here? Ah, Abel Seaman Stroganoff. Hello again. I was beginning to think you'd never materialize. You are waiting for me? Of course! I was expecting you to burst in with a hearty Russian profanity far sooner.
Eldred says, semen stroking off.
Seaman Stroganoff. I was in trouble with Captain because of trick you played before. Poor innocent chicken.
I love that his name is Chicken.
It is all your fault. Ship is leaving port soon. Get off, now! No, not in public. Of course, we shall disembark presently, my dear fellow, but first... there is something that must be done.
Are you gonna do the dance? The dance?
Oh my god. What are you talking about? Why, naturally. The debunking of your deceit and the bearing of the truth. Kakoi! I'm afraid I see through your lies. My real eyes realize real lies.
Damn.
For one thing, Mr. Jigoku has not yet left this vessel at all. Ah! And for another idea, Seaman Stroganoff, if you will, you know exactly where the man is, even as we speak, don't you? How can you? Good gracious, Sholmes! You mean you've worked it out? All of it? British silence. It's really been too long, hasn't it, old friend? 10 years, no less. Oh. So, would you care to join me for a dance?
Oh my god,
of
that's
my
so gay.
inimitable logic and reasoning?
Sorry, just like specifically asking him to dance with. That's so. Oh my god. I'm Fujoshing out.
I'm so gay, guys. Nothing would please me more. What is this gay shit? We have but minutes until the vessel puts to sea. No games now.
Oh my god. Oh my god, wait. There's music, the special music.
Time is of the essence. Oh shit. Mr. Stroganoff, allow me to remind you of your earlier claim. You told us that Jigoku left the ship some 2 hours ago. That is what I said. Sadly, that was a rather clumsy lie. You see, there is something in this room that quite clearly contradicts it. What? Ah, yes, of course. I see you've noted it too, Mikitoba. Then please do take the lead. Ah, there's switches. What in this cabin shows the impossibility of Jigoku having disembarked 2 hours ago? They're little portraits! Ah!
This is so good.
Hey, Twitch chat. I'm so gay right now.
Oh, so you is this literally just because you saw Herlox's like 2D art and you were like, more of this, please?
Yes.
At least they're honest, chat.
I'm gaying out right now. I'm so happy that we get to be with Sholmes in this type of way. I love it.
Let's see what the last 3 years have done to your observational skills then, Mikitoba. It's been 10 years since we last did this, Sholmes, not 3. Why, of course it has, quite.
Wait a minute. 3... Are they making reference to the time in between the first and the second game? I don't know.
Maybe. Now, all the clues are here in this cabin for your eyes to see. But as I always say, you must not merely look, but observe. Observe, and the answers become clear. So, impress me. I think I can manage that. Having disembarked 2 hours ago. The glass with the ice! What in this pattern shows the impossibility of Jigoku having disembarked 2 hours ago?
Oh, it's a dance! Oh my god, it's a dance! Oh, he's smooth with it!
Perhaps you should have... Oh! Perhaps you should have cleared away that glass. Hold on, I need to see.
You gotta see on stream
No!
He did a little dance! Dude, Susano's father is slick with it!
I'm pissed! How curious that the ice shouldn't have melted despite it being abandoned 2 hours ago. Ah! It would appear that the man was here in this very cabin until moments before our arrival. Well, with this well-chilled glass in hand.
Eldritch, don't call Susano's dad a whore! There is only one whore I see in this room. Susano's dad is just expressive, okay?
Get your mind off the refreshments, Sholmes. One might even conclude that somebody informed him of our boarding. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Strokenoff? That's just gonna be the joke now.
Yep.
But why would Seshiro run away from us? British silence. Before we consider that question, allow me to confirm one small matter. Would I be correct in saying that these first-class cabins of the SS Grouse are the same ones in which you and Mr. Jigoku were accommodated on your voyage from Japan? He's so much taller than Mikitoba. Ah, that's right. They are.
What?
That's
why
why
did
he'd
you
swim in his
design
clothes.
a man to be so tall and like broad if you weren't going to make him like be attractive to men? Explain that to me, game.
I was in the cabin next door, and Seshiro was... Yes. 50 days in this cabin, in this very cabin during our voyage. As I suspected. For you see, there are traces in this cabin of a dark secret that Mr. Jigoku had to hide. What traces? I know nothing about this. Ah, this is news to you, is it, Mr. Stroganoff?
I love the I pointed out this detail before. I love the little fishies in his little sailor
His
tie.
little fishy.
They're jiggling little fishies.
He's a cutie. Sholmes, what exactly are you getting at? As I said, there are traces in this cabin of some nefarious activity. Something that appears out of place, which I'm sure won't have escaped your notice. Something out of place in here. That's the key to this, Mikitoba. The remnants of the dark deed that took place in here are being masked by something quite incongruous. I must say, I didn't foresee ever doing this dance of deduction with you again, Mikitoba.
Honestly, like, do you notice how the bottom lashes are emphasized in Sholmes' eyes? Whore behavior! Sorry.
He's so pretty! Guys! Ah!
I love men! No, quite. But life is full of unexpected twists and turns, as we well know. Now then, let's see if I can't uncover the truth here. Yes, you have the floor, my dear fellow. The dark deed, the fucking...
Mark on the... Wait.
The mark.
Actually, it could be the mark on the wall. It could be the speaking tube.
Are being masked by something quite incongruous. Incongruous. I think it's actually
Rather
the remnants
awkwardly
of the dark
hiding the
deed that
traces
took
of a
place
crime. I think it's this. Actually.
Oh, probably, yeah.
I mean, they were framing it... Haha, framing. Like, it with this in the background. So I might present that first. Yeah.
Perhaps.
Oh, no!
Mikitoba, no games now with my words, were they not? Come, Sholmes, where's the fun in life with that little fooling around, British silence.
Quite right you are.
That was a close shave. I'd better rethink that before I'm the fool here.
Okay. Just
The
to make
sock.
sure.
You must tilt your head to one side and listen carefully to the faint cries of the sea.
I can't skip past this. Alright, Sholmes really wants to let me know.
Let me talk.
Hear the evidence.
Hear the evidence calling.
Yeah.
Hear the evidence. Hear the evidence calling out for you to find it. Here I am, it cries.
Well, your methods were never conventional, but you know I've always been willing to give them a try.
Tilts his head.
Dear God, Mikitoba, open your eyes! It was a metaphorical listening that I was suggesting. Ah.
Anyway.
They're so silly.
Are you gonna dance? Are you gonna... Oh, what? What?
Wait, huh? Huh? Mikitoba.
I am confusion. Wait a minute.
I guess instead try the actual, like, rules of passage.
I guess.
Can we save? We can't.
I can't. That's the fucked up part. You know what?
Try the rules of notice.
Rules of passage, yeah.
Rules of passage.
I think that's it.
Whatever the fuck.
Yep. That was fucked
There
up.
we go.
It could have
We
been
got
either.
it.
Dance!
Oh, wait, shit.
Oh, look at him!
Dance.
He's doing
I need to see
dance!
I need to see the dance. I'm watching it happen on stream, so I will not be talking for a little bit. Oh, shit! Oh, damn!
I told you he kind of slick
God
with it!
damn! God damn, Mikitoba! Okay, okay! Ah, it's the rules of passage in this frame here. They're obviously out of place. The way they're hanging crooked on the wall, as if they were put there in a hurry.
Yes, as I'm sure you've already concluded. That frame was originally over there.
The shape and size are a perfect match.
Da! You are right. When did frame move? Hardly the most observant of crewmen, are you, Mr. Stroganoff?
He was busy stroking off.
No, I guess you were too busy stroking off. Ah, cha-cha. I would think your captain is quite justified in having his reservations about your reliability.
Oh my god!
Oh dear.
Why are you so good at that? They got that dog
dear,
in
I
him.
really seem to touch
That's really good. Stop.
him. So, Mikitoba, why don't you lift that frame off the wall?
Oh.
That looks like a bullet hole.
What? Who has been shooting walls?
I see the projectile has been removed. Clearly, the careful occupant of this room has already disposed of it. Holy shit. Now then, Mr. Stroganoff. Ah! I have the distinct impression that you're attempting to shield said occupant.
I don't know what you are talking about. Why would I try to protect Eastern Stranger?
Ah, so we're talking about the same man, I see.
Ah!
I'm sure we can get to the bottom of this in no time. He's so little compared to him.
He's so little.
Aren't you? He's so little. I'm sure we can get to the bottom of this in no time, aren't you? Because there's some very noteworthy evidence that explains the reason why you're lying for the man. Yes, you've been told to keep up this pretense as clearly shown by...
Okay, before you say this...
I really don't know how to...
Excuse me.
True.
It says Investigation Part 1, The Grouse Cabin. Yeah. This
That's
is
so
really...
cute.
It's the same trial, but it still has an investigation scene. Like a new chapter.
Yeah. I fucking love this. I really don't know how to approach this one, Sholmes. Ah, my dear Mikatoba, simply keep first principles in mind. Study your subject from every angle, and I'm quite sure that you'll see it. In fact, I put a wager on it. So I'm to glare at this fellow from all sides? Well, I can certainly do that. I'm not upset about doing so.
I'm going to look at his... Oh, actually, I can't present the scarf. I thought we could examine it. I want to examine... Aw.
No. I don't think so. Chunky arms, huh?
Chunky arms? I kind of want to present
Really told
that.
to keep up this pretense.
Hold on. I did save. I did save.
Oh my god. Take that! Brother. Told to keep this clue. This is shown by your chunky arms.
Oh, aw. I want to get
It's just the
dialogue.
same thing.
I thought I would get custom
No.
dialogue from Chunky Arm.
The chunky arms. Yer. Also, it's not even the Sholmes thing. I think it's the banknote in his back pocket.
Yeah. It's this.
Take that! You're... Woo! Do his
Oh,
little dance!
the dance! Oh,
Do his little
hell
dance,
yeah!
dance. Oh, shit. It's almost too obvious for words. Quite. The universal language of the world. Money. Ah! And I'd wager that the Eastern fellow in question is Seshiro Jigoku. Yes. Gah! So, I presume you realize what this means. There are clear signs that a crime has been committed in this cabin. And the way you're going, sir, you'll find yourself accused of being an accomplice. But
That's why whenever you're bribed, don't put it in your pants pocket. Just like put it in like the boobs. They'll never know.
for real, they'll never know. I believe you know, Mr. Stroganoff. You know where Mr. Jigoku is hiding at this precise moment in time. As always, Mikatoba, in matters of deduction, the furtive glance is your unfaltering ally. Yes, I think you're onto something there, Sholmes. You found the chink in this burly fellow's armor. We need only follow the man's gaze to know where our prey is hiding. The slightest flicker of the pupils, a minutely delayed blink. Nothing escapes my attention, even that which is barely perceptible.
Eldred says they would have to feel up your boobs to find the money. Yeah, and in that case, I'd be like, go ahead, Mr. Schultz. I'm kidding.
God, I fucking wish. Sholmes could feel me up all over if he wanted. Okay, anyway. You can hardly call that this barely perceptible, Sholmes. The man's turned his entire head. It's not exactly what you describe as a furtive glance, is it? It's almost too obvious. We shall let your tapping toes decide, my dear fellow.
Toes do tap.
He's
I think, it's either...
in the fucking trunk.
It could... I mean,
'Cause
he
he's
is
looking
looking more
down.
so at the trunk, but...
But he doesn't fit in there.
He's a large dude. He
he's-
would not
he's
fit
not
in there
big at-
unless you, like,
He's not
hot
fitting
dog
in that
style
trunk.
chopped him up.
Yeah. Take that!
What?
No! Ah, shit. And we didn't save. Fuck.
It's okay.
He's in the fucking trunk, I
Oh,
guess.
new dialogue, though.
So, you really think he's hiding in here as we speak? Curled in a ball at this very moment. But as I said earlier, we've no time for games today.
No, I quite understand. I'll make this as quick as I can. Seaman Stroganoff will be suffering neck fatigue before long, I should think.
I wouldn't mind
Easy
stroking
to
off some
fucking
semen right
wardrobe.
now. Anyway.
What the fuck?
Tippity tappity.
Oh yes, I was waiting for him to do the hat tilt. Hell yeah.
Yes! I want to see the little animation. I love. Yeah! Shiori Royal. That could be me. Real.
You know that one Yu-Gi-Oh clip where like Yami Yuki is on his hands and he's like, that should have been me.
That should have been me.
Not him.
You turned immediately to look at this large trunk, didn't you? The truth is, Seshiro Jigoku was unable to escape from the ship in time. And is, at this very moment, doing his best to stifle his breath inside this trunk. If he still has a breath to take, I fear he may be running dangerously low on air. I imagine he didn't count on us making a nuisance of ourselves for quite so long. I think it would be in everyone's best interest for us to open the trunk as quickly as possible. But how can we? Are you forgetting about the combination lock?
Is this kind
The
of like
combination Pizza Hut and Taco Bell?
Anyway, I was speaking. Anyway, I wonder if this is like almost a reference to the Enoch Drebber case. Remember, he locked himself in a safe, and they were like, "But why would he lock himself and he couldn't get out?" I wonder if there's a way to get out from inside or something.
The inside. We don't know the 7-digit code.
Oh, I'm sure he told the code to the seaman. That's part of the payment.
Oh my god. Sholmes. SHOLMES. 7-digit code.
Shut up.
The combination lock can't be opened from inside the trunk. Therefore, there must have been some arrangement with somebody to open it after our departure. Of course. That's why the M looks weird. It's a 3, I think. In short, before Jigoku had hid himself inside that trunk, he must have told somebody the 7-digit number for the lock. As I'm sure you can confirm, Mr. Stroganoff. Gulp. No, yeah, because if you turn it, yeah.
It's a Danganronpa. It's a Danganronpa where so in Danganronpa in the first case, someone wrote like a series of numbers, but if it's upside down, it spells a name. It's literally the opposite of that. It's a name, but if it's upside down, it's numbers.
My God. Oh, and how fucking gay is it that the combination lock to the fucking thing is Sholmes upside down? Judge Jigoku.
The polycule.
Oh, the polycule is so real. No, I know nothing about combination code. I say as I'm showing you the combination code. What's that fucking slow turn? Don't move a muscle, my good seaman. Oh. Now, Mikatoba, would you do the honors and open the trunk? How on earth do you expect me? It's a 7-digit number, remember? Quickly now, we have little time.
Oh! Well, shit, hold on, wait.
Yeah. 5.
Oh, wait, there's a way to review scene. Thank you for standing still. So, Robot Fire, can you like... Yeah, that's, I'm just gonna write it in chat. That's 5, 2, 3, 1, 0, 4, 5. Okay. I think I got it. Okay, 5.
Immediately inputs the wrong number.
2, 3, 1, 0, 4. It's really convenient that there's only numbers 0 through 5.
Yeah, because I thought the 2 was a 6. And then when I saw it only went up to 5, I was like, oh, so it's not a 6, actually.
Oh!
Yeah, click.
Hi, bestie!
That did it. It's open. Who's in here?
You had to meddle, didn't you?
I want him to look very indignant, but curled up in a little ball.
Oh wait, hold on. Better said.
Hell
You had to meddle, didn't you?
Why he baby girl with it?
Well, Eugen, you found me now.
I don't think
Seshiro.
so. Like, this is his torso, right? I think his legs are like irreparably damaged.
Yeah, no, that's incorrect. That's not how a body works.
Yeah. Also, Eldritch saying, "Hi, sexy."
I was really hoping beyond all hope not to find you here, you know.
But you're not entirely unsurprised, I take it?
No, quite. I just wish it were some other way.
Well, are you ever going to introduce me? Ah, your reputation precedes you, Mr. Sholmes. I've read stories of many of your exploits.
Excuse my manners, Sholmes. This is Mr. Jigoku, my old friend and traveling companion. He's the other part of the polycule that I've told you about. The devil is in the details, Mikotoba. I believe you meant to say your old friend and traveling companion, who made the cowardly decision to flee the country without a word to anyone when things turned sour.
Ooh.
Shit, got your ass.
I see my reputation precedes me as well. What an honor.
Well, Seshiro, are you going to explain all this?
You know it all by now, I imagine. What you didn't know, of course, is that 3 days ago, on the night before our arrival in Britain, an attempt was made on my life, here, on this very ship.
By the Reaper of the Bailey? Yes, I've since heard. Because you were once prosecuted by the Reaper, weren't you? 10 years ago now, mind you.
And I had no idea at the time what a dangerous individual he was. Anyway, when we arrived in London to find the symposium was postponed until goodness knows when, it became all too apparent to me that I might very well be targeted again.
So you decided to flee the capital, without saying a word to me about it?
I'm afraid so, yes. Of course, I realize now
that I really ought to have confided in you. It's
I think
somewhat surprising, I must say. I assume.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is? Well, first-class cabins aboard luxury steamships are in very short supply. It's more than a little hard to believe that this one just happened to be available.
So says the protagonist of some colorful short stories. Well, I don't care for your opinion. The Polycule members are fighting! The cabin did just happen to be available, so I purchased a ticket, and here I am.
I've just seen for myself the obvious remnants of that incident in this cabin. So you'd already purchased your return ticket before we even docked in Dover, had you? To prevent anyone else from taking this cabin and seeing the evidence. Is that it?
Ah, that's why.
Eugen, I have nothing to say to
The
you.
polycule is over! No!
Well, in a mere 5 minutes, the ship will set off on its onward voyage and not make port again until Italy. I'm afraid we must insist that you disembark with us at once. You have no jurisdiction over my movements. We have this, Seshiro. Take it.
The permit of Merperterm per.
Declaration of Independence.
The permit of the Herpederm burb. Herpederm burb.
What is it? It's a subpoena from the Old Bailey. You're a man of the law. You know what the ramifications of ignoring a document like this from the British courts would be.
We're gonna have the judge from Japan testify? That's crazy!
Oh, shit! You came prepared then, Eugen. Also, I like this little facial expression he's got going on then. Come on, let's go.
Radiant Rosa says, angry Jigoku do be hot as hell. The man lovers are thriving today, I must say.
One moment. What is it, Sholmes? Inside Mr. Jigoku's trunk, I found this rather fascinating trinket.
Huh. Maybe it belongs to... Huh. It looks like a part of the cabin.
What is that? Seshiro? I can't help you, I'm afraid. Some small component from something. But what? I have no idea. I know exactly what this is.
I know it belongs to something to do with the crime scene, but I don't personally know.
If that's true, then why was it with Seshiro? What is happening?
Hey, Drax, literally all of my theories that I've had about this game, throw them out the window. I have no idea what the fuck is happening.
Yay!
I'm so confused. I mean, like, I've got the one theory that I think everyone has, but, like, I don't know much else besides that. Well, let us pocket it as a small souvenir of our brief sojourn in France.
The small component has been entered into the court record. I'm also here.
Thank you, Elwoods. Well, young Naruhodo, I think we've done as much as we can, I'm afraid. The rest will be on the shoulders of you and your assistant.
Woo!
It's time for Sang to get back to talking to himself.
Hell yeah, it's my turn. Also, I'm basically done with dinner. Also, Eldritch says, Eldritch is asking you to talk about your theory, the one that you feel that has been debunked.
Okay, sure, let me find my conversation with Drax.
Okay, you find it. I'm gonna take a
My
short break because
thing-
I have to refill my water. We can take a little intermission.
Yeah.
Also, Shiori, I didn't know you were a lesbian. Let's go. We're not just man likers in chat. Saying Sangled viewers are also consisting of lesbians. Hell fucking yes.
No, I'm saying to talk about the way you suggested it's obvious. There's something going on with Lord Strongheart. There's something. I don't know what the fuck it is, but there's something. Something's happening. I don't know whether I think he's behind something. I don't know whether he's the Reaper or if he's like just a red herring. I don't know. And I find his name to be very suspicious because why is he called Maelstrom? Essentially, because he's male Strongheart.
I am happy
male
to
strong.
report that my roommate definitely overheard the last, 10 seconds of our stream, and what was that about man likers, except for that one person? I'm like, yeah. You know how it is.
Yeah. It's exactly what you think.
Mm-hmm. Alright, I'm back.
Oh my god. Welcome back. I don't know what the fuck is going on with this game. Off topic when I'm scrolling too. Huh?
Who's Josh Keaton? They sound sort of familiar.
Yeah.
The voice actor? For a Voltron character, I assume?
Josh Keaton.
Oh, for Shiro? Wait.
Seymour.
Wait, so he retweeted, porn of Voltron to his account? I mean...
Let me fucking look this motherfucker up.
I mean, he voices a pretty sexy character,
Josh
I'm not gonna lie, so, get it, I guess.
What did you do? Oh, if he did, it's not there anymore.
What do you mean
On his account,
Eldritch
at
says
least.
hyper fat inflation of shit? What do you mean? I mean, did he obviously retweet it as a joke, being like, that's my character, ha ha ha. That is weird and wild. Well, I mean, if I voiced a character and I suddenly saw some, like, kind of a funny fetish art of them, I'd be like, yeah, I'd probably retweet it. Support the artist a little bit.
Lol. Also, while you had dinner, I now have a little sweet treat.
Hooray! But also Kazuma's here, so, and also the judge, so it's not just me.
Yeah.
Only when I'm like interrogating though.
I figured that since I'm not like talking all the time anymore, being literally all of the voices in a scene now, I can try out my sweet treat.
Yeah. Also, I think that's the first time
caramel
it's been
apple
just you, because we've had some scenes where it was just me. But it's almost like the game was like, let's have a Rural Wildfire moment.
Yeah, it knew.
It knew.
My little sweet treat is caramel apple flavored mini donuts.
Donuts? Okay. Caramel apple flavored. Hold up. Is there icing on top that's like caramelish?
No, it's essentially like a powdered donut, and I think it's like caramel powder. Well, it's not like powder, it's like crystallized.
That sounds good as hell, I'm not gonna lie. I love a donut with some texture on it.
Yeah. I'm gonna try it and we'll see the results.
Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. I know you and you wouldn't lie, but still, there's no doubt that you're holding something back. You know more than you're saying.
Oh, these donuts are nice.
They're bussin'?
They're delicious.
Yeah.
During the past 30 minutes while this court was adjourned, all possible efforts were expended. But sadly, Mr. Jigoku's whereabouts could not be ascertained. We must accept the unfortunate conclusion that the Reaper has already done the deed. There's no sense in wasting any more of the court's time. The prosecution calls for an immediate verdict.
No, the trial cannot end now.
You're a Japanese man, Ryunosuke. You should know when to lay down your sword.
And you should know never to presume when the battle is won. Oh, I like that.
The court has already been presented with all the evidence and heard all relevant testimony.
Oh, I was just about to say, sorry to interrupt, but I like that the detail that the Kadama sword is gone. He's only has the one sword now.
Yeah, it's gone. No more sword. And there can only be one conclusion, that the accused is guilty.
All relevant testimony? Far from it. There's still a crucial witness from whom the court is yet to hear a single word of testimony.
Sorry, I'm eating my donut.
What flavor did you say they were? Apple? Cinnamon?
Caramel apple.
Caramel apple. Damn.
Yeah.
That sounds good as fuck.
It's yummy. I like it.
Yeah, it's healthy.
Yeah.
In that case, call your witness to the stand at once, counsel.
Yes, my lord. Tomorrow, if possible. The witness is already on his way and scheduled to arrive tomorrow.
Who on earth is this crucial witness? The judge shared his donuts with me. They're yummy.
Saishiro Jikoku. The very man allegedly murdered by the Reaper.
Judge Shikoku? You found him? Dank.
The investigations of every policing resource in the capital suggest that Jigoku is already dead.
Oh.
How in the name of God did you find the man?
You don't even have to check off the sangled religious allegory stuff. This game is doing all of it for me. He was located in France during the recess, at the port of Dunkirk. Thanks to one of Mr. Herlock Sholmes' famous deductions.
Herlock Sholmes.
Inspector Gregson almost certainly met with Mr. Jigoku on the night of his death, because along with Prosecutor Asogi, Gregson was on a mission to assassinate the man.
Japanese silence.
Which means that Saishiro Jigoku is the sole witness who can clarify exactly what happened aboard the SS Grouse on the 31st October.
Dank. Well, it would appear that it's too soon to move to abjudication at this point.
Ooh,
Japanese
I know he
silence.
mad.
The prosecution concurs. The court must hear Mr. Jigoku's testimony. No judgment should be passed until all testimony has been considered. British silence. Hadunk. In that case, I hereby call the end of today's proceedings. Court will reconvene at the same hour tomorrow. No objections from either side?
No, my lord.
No objections, my lord.
I'm about to say, you don't have to say anything, buddy.
We live to fight another day by the skin of our teeth.
Japanese silence.
Also, Eldred
You
says,
stare.
if this was Phoenix, he would have bluffed about finding the judge, only to spend the time till next day looking for him. Yeah, I think this is, I think in traditional Phoenix Wright games, you play basically as Phoenix, so the plot would kind of be contrived around that. But I like that we had a perspective with Sholmes. It makes sense, and it also gives us more
loved
time
it.
with the Sholmes and Watson duo.
And it also let me be gay.
Hell yeah. The unexpected halt of proceedings sent a clamor around the courtroom. But outside the Bailey, where Londoners knew nothing of the secret trial within, it was a typical still night. Then, at a little past 8 o'clock a part of me is like, technically this is the same trial, but I'm like, what if someone else, like, dies? So it's like one death per chapter.
Yeah.
Oh, so you've been thinking about it too,
Oh,
potentially.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Sholmes and his partner returned to Baker Street. Oh my god!
A feast! Woo. We have returned, my dear fellows!
Welcome back to Britain, and thank you for your timely help.
Think nothing of it. I believe you've had an even more wearing day than Mikitoba and I, no?
You could say that. We were on the brink of defeat in court earlier.
So this prosecutor, Asogi, had you on the ropes, did he? And he's your... best friend, you say?
Well... he's not really the man I knew and allegedly loved in Japan anymore. Kazuma's changed. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I mean, it's incredible. To think that he'd even entertained the idea of acting as the Reaper's assassin.
Well, nevertheless, you must introduce me. After all, I've only met the young man as a corpse.
When all this started, almost a year ago now. Oh my god, it's like introducing your boyfriend to your dad. Whatever.
Yeah.
Mr. Sholmes still hasn't told us the truth about what really happened back then. About the motivation for what he himself described as a great detective's lie. Yes, he was complicit in covering up Kazuma's actual disappearance.
Now then, I must say, it's really quite a journey all the way to France.
Well, it is another country, Mr. Sholmes.
And also Britain, isn't Britain like an island? So yeah, you would need a boat to travel to anywhere.
So what news of Judge Jigoku?
We took him to Scotland Yard. The investigating detectives there have a lot of questions for the man.
Poor Professor Mikatoba. This must be quite a shock for him.
Ah, yes. I picked this up at the telegraph office on our way home.
What is it?
Surely you haven't forgotten already. I put upon you for the matter only yesterday. You put upon me, Sholmes. I had to fill out your telegram to Japan and foot the bill as well.
Oh, you've had a reply already. What was so urgent, though, Mr. Sholmes?
Such matters can wait until later. I'm far too hungry for an involved conversation at present.
Well, that's good news. I'm also here because supper is ready, everyone. Get so tight.
Ah, and what a feast it is. Thank you, Iris. If I were none the wiser, I think the trial were won already. Roast beef, kippers, stew, steak, kidney pie, Yorkshire pudding.
Tomorrow could be a very long day, so eat up.
In that case, I think I'll seat myself just here. This place appears to be the only set with a helping of pheasant as well.
Oh, sorry, Hurley, not there.
Why ever not? Are we in set places this evening?
Yes, and that place is for Susie's daddy because we knocked him out and all that.
For me?
That's right, I made it especially for you, Professor Mickey.
Oh, I see. Well, that's terribly kind of you.
Wow, your voice sounds kind of like mine now. It's a shame, really.
What do you mean?
Well, for a brief moment, I believed it. That Susie and I were half-sisters, I mean.
Oh.
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 Iris, do you mean...
Yes, I know now. I overheard yesterday. I secretly listened to the conversation you had after I tricked you all into thinking I'd left.
Yep. What?
The misunderstanding arose because of that autopsy report from 10 years ago. But actually, it turned out that neither Dr. Wilson nor Professor Mikatoba are Iris... Huh?
Then who the fuck? Who is the father?
What? Is there some pink-haired man running around Britain that we don't know of?
Yes, about that, Iris. You know,
I know. You can't tell me at the moment.
Oh, Iris.
The pheasant is by way of an apology. I'm sorry for eavesdropping.
Oh. No, that's quite alright. Then why don't I get any apologetic pheasant?
So, that actually made me laugh. So just who is Iris's father? I suppose that's not something we'll be finding out today. Hold on. Hold on. So what we're saying is that Dr. Wilson, the guy who was killed in the first game, first trial, was implied to be like the father because,
Yeah.
because
British
she was
man.
like, oh, Dr.
British
Wilson
child.
is the name of the man who is writing the stories about Mr. Sholmes, who is my father. But then we realized that Mikatoba is the one who was writing all those stories with Mr. Sholmes. But we know that Mikatoba isn't related to Iris. So Dr. Wilson is just kind of like a guy, I guess. He's not even related to Sholmes in any way, when you think about it.
Yeah.
It's very odd.
Then what the fuck?
I wonder. This is an interesting mystery to bring up in the last case because it could very well be like a person maybe we know.
The royal is only allowed to be gay for a short time. Yeah. They can't let me be gay for too long. The world will be thrown out of balance.
I suppose that's not something we'll be finding out today.
I wonder if it's something we even find out in this game. So then, let us dine, while our largely pheasantless plates are still piping hot. A fine idea, Shawns. It all looks absolutely delicious.
Eat as much as you like. There are always seconds.
This could be our last chance to ask questions before tomorrow's trial. About that telegram from Japan, and about Kazuma. I can't let this opportunity slip away. Oh, why are you sitting like that, gay ass? Do you know that? Remember that? You know that meme image of like the people sitting on the couch wrong? This has to be one of them.
Yeah.
Why is he giving me the bombastic side eye, like, while kneeling like that?
Side eye.
Gay ass.
Offensive side eye.
I think he's mad because of the pheasant.
He's
Mr.
so
Sholmes,
cutie
what are you doing? Also, I didn't realize how, like, you can see so much of his leg there. Whore. Sorry.
He's sulking.
Surely it's abundantly clear that I wasn't brooding over Mikotoba's refusal to share his pheasant with me. Nevertheless, I feel the need to withdraw from the social circle for a while and look on with hungry eyes.
Huh.
Sorry, Hurley, but I cooked that pheasant especially for Susie's daddy.
Even though I've played the role of a father to you for far longer.
Oh, it's not just the pheasant. He wants to be treated like a dad. Oh.
wants to be dead.
He wanna be dead. Mr. Sholmes, could I discuss some things with you?
I was going to say things and then I decided against it. Certainly, my dear fellow, I find myself quite in the mood for a spell of conversation. No doubt, you're hungry to learn more of my deep love of game.
I can probably contain my curiosity on that one.
British silence. You needn't look at me in that fashion.
In what fashion?
It seems that before we discuss the pheasant, we have some rather unpheasant matters to discuss.
Shut the fuck up. Oh my god.
I love him. Ah!
So what was in the telegram you received back from Japan then?
Ah, this? I thank my lucky stars it arrived in time. Record found as indicated. Duplicate follows.
From the first game? The record? Remember? Do you remember? The stereoscope? Whatever?
I remember! Yeah!
Oh! Oh!
K. Asogi, A. Shinn. Wait, K. Asogi, A. Shinn, T. Gregson, J. Wilson.
Those 4 names. We've come across that exact same list before. They came up to me and I Oh, this is from the first game!
Yeah! I remember!
Is this from the first game? Ah! What appeared to be a simple case of aggravated murder turned out to be a masking monumental intrigue. A plot that involved the sale of British governmental secrets to foreign states. Will I be seeing my other husband, Benedict Eggert, please?
Eggert Benedict.
My Eggman. In exposing the means by which these secrets were being leaked, we deciphered a fragment of the message. K. Asogi, A. Shinn, T. Gregson J. Wilson. But we didn't find the names out until— oh yeah, I remember, because at the end of the case we were like, oh, Kazuma's name, what's that about? But anyway. But we didn't find out the names until after the case was over. We never did get to the bottom of what they meant. All we knew was that the information had been sent by somebody in the British government to somebody in Japan. So, why are the names coming up again now? Yes, where did the sender of your telegram discover them, Mr. Sholmes?
No!
You good?
I took a bite! Fuck! I took a bite of my donut.
Mr. Sholmes, I know you're hungry, but we're talking to you about a very important matter right now.
I'm so hungry though! I'm starving! Can't
There's
you
a
see?
pheasant-shaped
I am
hole
but
in my
skin and
stomach I
bone.
must fill with donuts.
Yes. I'm but skin and bones, can't you see? I have here the message I had wired yesterday. Allow me to read it to you. Enter Judge Jigoku's office undetected and investigate telegram records. Expect to find communication from Britain dated 1 year ago. List of 4 names. Need by tomorrow. Naruhodo. Excuse me? I sent it to a detective I know who specializes in clandestine missions of this nature.
You asked.
Oh, it's my boy!
There he is!
He's in the beach
There
outfit!
he is!
I can see the turtle.
His turtle! I can see the little flippies!
You asked Inspector Hosonaga to undertake such an onerous task for you.
And in my name? I wonder what guise he opted for this time.
What is it with people and taking the name of Naruhodo? My dear fellows, it was a matter of great urgency, you understand. Anyway, the list of names was found in Seshiro's office, as Sholmes predicted.
So you mean that mysterious collection of names that was sent from Britain to Japan was...
It was sent to Judge Jigoku. He was the intended recipient.
I don't believe it. He's so sexy, though.
But that doesn't answer the question of what the list of names actually signifies.
Yeah. British silence. I did formulate a hypothesis about that.
Ooh,
Oh,
serious, Sholmes.
he looking. Oh. But without a shred of evidence, I couldn't possibly have shared it. Me and you both, Sholmes. I have so many theories, but I don't have evidence for shit in this game yet.
Mr. Sholmes looks deadly serious for once. The telegram from Japan has been entered into the court record. From Inspector Hosonaga in Japan, with the telegram he found in Judge Jigoku's office. Okay.
Huh.
Oh, let's talk about this. Let's talk about this.
Let's chat.
Also, there's something so sexy about like an emphasized bottom lip. Anyway, that tragedy we had to go through on the SS Furia, it was all for nothing. Kazuma wasn't dead at all.
Emphasize that bottom lip. That shit's for biting.
We were completely taken in by that
Anyway.
lie you told us. Your great detective's lie.
British silence. I took no pleasure in deceiving you. However, at the time, all that concerned me was preventing the young man's study tour from taking place, whatever the cost.
What?
I capitalized on the events that transpired to see that he was sent back to Japan.
His remains, you mean?
Precisely, Miss Susato. And then, I made sure that somebody else was sent to Britain in his stead.
Oh my! You mean...
The arrangement between our two countries was already in place. one university student lawyer and one judicial assistant to be accommodated on a study tour. In other words, by arranging for someone else to fill the place originally intended for Mr. Asogi, I would successfully prevent the man from arriving on our shores for several years at least.
Wait, do you mean to say that it was all in the aid of stopping Kazuma from coming to Britain? That's why you...
Think back, Mr. Nobuhodo. Was there not somebody who quite casually urged you to continue on the voyage to England? Oh, I forgot this man's voice. It's Todoroki, but I forgot how to do it. The terms of this study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. In the light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Yeah, see, the fucking shit was moved. Oh, shit. My mic. Oh.
It's also like kind of
My
shaped a
dear
different
fellows,
way.
we're in the wrong...
But yes, you're correct. It is the
Yeah.
other way.
Yeah. My dear fellows, we're in the wrong costumes, but don't worry about that. The majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely.
But there is no one else with the necessary... Wait, did I even speak in a British accent at this point? Oh, whatever. There is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. It was after the cutscene that I was like, I'm gonna Britishify her right now.
Yeah. The voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer.
So, you manipulated me?
Why, yes, I manipulated, I mansplained.
And I'm male-wifed.
Oh, yes you are! Anyway, I've often remarked on an extraordinary lengths to which friendship will drive a man. I was quite sure that you would rise to the challenge for your late friend.
I don't believe it. But if it was all contrived... I mean, what happened was treated by the authorities as murder. A woman was mistakenly arrested as the perpetrator. What do you suppose became of her?
Naturally, I didn't allow the misapprehension to have any serious repercussions. I subsequently explained everything and assisted the unfortunate soul in finding the foreign refuge she seeked.
I seem to remember...
I assume that was the last word because it didn't fully load.
Yeah, that's basically it. I seem to remember Miss Susato and I had some rather strong words for her. Why did you kill Kazuma? How could you? Oh my god! And like, just kidding.
Well, she was certainly not devoid of all guilt. She deserved every word, I'm sure.
I wonder if she made it to America then.
Cut to America.
Ah! I fucking hate it here!
I'm afraid I simply cannot comprehend it. Why would you go to such lengths, Mr. Sholmes? Why were you so determined to stop Kazuma-sama from reaching Britain?
British silence. The truth is, 12 months ago, it was already a very tangible omen of the impending tragedy, you see.
Oh!
An omen that, at this very moment in time, is close at hand.
An omen of all these tragic events that already existed a year ago is close at hand? We need to find out exactly what Mr. Sholmes knows. Thanks for recapping for us, Ryunosuke.
Huh?
What the fuck do you want me to do, game?
Huh? Oh, hey!
We can examine this at least.
We have the sword. Let's examine things. What's going on?
Karuma, the Great Blade. It's such a thing of beauty. I want to gaze on it for hours. Ah.
Gay
my
as
God.
hell.
Yeah, there's something.
He wants to gaze on it.
You want to gaze. Okay.
Just the tip.
The tip of the great sword, broken. It's such a shame. It's been so meticulously cared for over the years. Wait, it's almost like how Ryunosuke was carrying on Kazuma's will with the sword, and once Kazuma returned, Ryunosuke gave it back, but Kazuma broke Ryunosuke's trust, which is symbolized by the sword being broken. Kazuma
Oh,
must
how
have
appropriate.
really taken a swing for that to happen. Shiori just saying in chat, that's gay. Gay, gay, homosexual, gay. And also, I believe that's his headbands. That's his old headbands. Like, that's why it's around the sword.
It is, yeah.
Following departure, all crew members are required to assemble on the deck. This drill... Well, this will probably come in handy. Whatever.
The drill will take 20 minutes. Okay, I gotta go piss. Real quick.
Okay, go piss.
I will be back.
I will be investigating things. You see these little things all over the place, don't you? It's the part on the top of a... Oh! Bitch, it's the part on the top of a pocket watch. Okay, who in chat is also experiencing this game for the first time? Because Roll Wildfire and I are obviously going in blind, but I don't know about you guys, but there's something exciting about going through this for the first time and also experiencing it on behalf of some of y'all in chat as well. Me only kinda. Okay. I only remember major beats. It's called the crown, I believe. A watch would be quite useless without one. The crown? Like what sits on top of a monarch's head? That's a very grand name for such a tiny part. But actually... Yes, Miss Naruhodo? If this is a crown, I have a feeling I may have seen a monarch around somewhere with a very bare head. Pocket watch. That's fucking right. That's fucking right. Why? So what? That was what I was thinking. This must be related to Gregson or something because the Gregson incident occurred here. Anyway, if we inspect this again, will we put the pieces together? What do you think, Miss Susato? I feel sure I know exactly what would fit here. Really? I was thinking precisely the same thing. We're about to see that little round... Okay. So, I'm going to wait for Royal Wildfire to come back. So... I don't want to do this without them. I will eat dinner. I have a little bit of...
I fucking knew it!
Yeah, you... Yeah? Uh-huh?
I fucking knew it! I knew it went to the goddamn watch! I fucking knew it!
You're...
I fucking knew it! I fucking knew it!
A perfect fit! Saying, how are you? I'm doing good, honestly. I knew it. I would say I have more energy than yesterday's stream because I did not come from work today. So, it's all good.
Olé.
I'll make note of this new information at once.
Hell yeah! There we go.
Ah!
That's basically the only thing we did.
Okay.
So, the only thing I can tell, like, because these are arranged in a very specific way. It's not like Kazuma, Asian, like, slash. They're specifically in two different rows. That's what's getting me. I'm thinking that, I mean, these are two Japanese people, and these are two English people. That's the only connection I really see between them.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on.
Firm.
Wait. So
Yeah,
let me go
you're
back.
not gonna find it in the history, probably.
An omen to come. We
Oh.
just find out exactly what he knows.
A year ago.
And then it's like, okay, but I can't talk with him anymore. So what the fuck?
That's it. I guess you have to present something.
I will press the food.
Look at the food.
Roast beef, kippers, stew, steak, and kidney pie, Yorkshire pudding. It all looks mouth-wateringly good.
Indeed it does! And if we're accompanied by even a morsel of pheasant, it would be perfection.
You're still on that?
I will always be on that!
Oh, it really does look like a feast for celebrating a victory in court.
Or indeed for drowning one's sorrows at a defeat.
I hope you weren't referring to the trial tomorrow, Mr. Sholmes.
He's clearly still in mourning over the pheasant at the moment. I like it when it's like dark outside. It makes the environment very moody. I'm assuming we have to present something?
Don't die, it's bad for your health. I assume so, but I don't know what. It has to be something that has to do with a year ago.
Hey Sholmes, would you mind looking at... It might be the Asogi papers or something. Would you mind looking at this thing that will clearly incite new and riveting dialogue?
This is hardly the time, Mr. Naruhodo, as I'm sure you will appreciate.
Oh, no, of course not.
My attention is entirely drawn to one single matter now. The pheasant.
I love it when he does this pose and he's angry. Anyone would think you hadn't eaten in weeks.
I haven't. I'm hungry.
No!
Well, time to go through literally everything. Okay. What happened? What do we have in here that's from a year ago?
Okay.
Okay, let's think about it. It's an omen for what happened, or what is going to happen, and it's been here since a year ago.
No. That is from the past, but no.
I wonder. Try the commemorative photo.
Oh, sure.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, Naruhodo's boobs. I see you. What is, this game keeps emphasizing like the breast area with the shading. Honestly, I know in the like the male gaze way, it's not meant to be like sexual. It's meant to be like, look at his ripped abs through his clothing. Meanwhile, I'm like, I will objectify that man. Anyway,
just like it might not be for the male gaze, but it is for the male gaze.
Hell yeah. There we go.
Wait, could you not present? Oh, hey.
There was no room for doubt with your instructions in this telegram, Mr. Sholmes. You were very clear that it was Judge Jigoku's office that should be searched. So, you obviously knew that's where this list of names would be found.
K. Asogi, R. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson.
But we only learned of those last 4 names just over 6 months ago now. And only because they appeared as part of this top-secret government communications that were leaked.
That's true, yes. But at the time, you were unaware of the background. You see, those 4 names were wired to Japan. Around 6 months before that, approximately this time last year, in fact, when you were both still in Japan. It really would be hypocrisy on my part to reprove others for intercepting state secrets. Because after all,
I'm perpetually eavesdropping on communications between the British and Japanese governments.
You're perpetually doing what? How?
Never mind the details, but you should know.
Okay, so what exactly happened a year ago? 6 months ago was the last trial from the first game, and 6 months before that, I believe, is the first case of the first game, because they mentioned that the trip took about half a year from Japan to Britain. So I think the telegram of like whatever when Dr. Wilson was murdered, like that was kind of the inciting incident that kicked all this into motion. That's my theory.
Yeah. No secret is safe from Herlock Sholmes when he has designs on knowing it.
Oh, trip took 2 months, not 6? Well, fuck me then. Oh my, Mr.
Well,
Sholmes, what a fabulous line!
Now, 1 month after that list of 4 names was wired to the recipient Jigoku in Japan, Dr. John H. Wilson was murdered.
I wasn't super accurate timeline-wise, but I did make the connections, okay?
Yeah. And soon as I learned of that incident, a hypothesis rapidly took shape in my mind. As it turned out, I was partly correct and partly mistaken. Nevertheless, it was the beginning of all the tragic events that were to follow. Because truly, if you think about it, John Wilson is dead.
Yes.
Asashin is dead. Tobias Gregson is dead. Who's
Kazuma.
left?
Oh no! No! No!
I don't think that was an attempt on Jigoku's life.
Oh, that's what you think.
Yeah.
I mean, that's true, but also, when it comes to...
Actually, wait, because Gregson was also there, so it could have been a 2 birds with 1 stone situation.
I was gonna say,
But
because
if it
Asashin...
was sent to Jigoku...
We know that Asashin was Jezal Brett, and she was killed in, like, a one-off. So I guess that kind of just took care of itself. By our main man, Mini Memo. Hell yeah. Anyway.
Memo!
Mr. Sholmes, please tell us all you know. Tell us, oh man, tell us about these 4 names and the tragedy to which they're all somehow connected.
British silence.
The Beatles.
It's time. It's the Death Note. Dylan.
So shut up.
Delaney.
I will never escape that.
You
Doug.
won't,
Dylan.
because it's
Delaney.
true. It's fucking written in my big Discord server that's just for Defender Squad stuff, because because my friends are silly, and my like IRL friend, Juliet, she would like go through the names of all my characters and give them like the new first or middle names based on the first letter of their last names. So Tamisha Paxton became Pauline Paxton. Yeah, because that's exactly what I was doing. We were trying to figure out what the fuck we could do for my character Ashton Delaney, and you were like, fucking Dylan.
I think okay, so I think somebody was listing the names in chat, and I was like, that sounds like the fucking Beatles, like you're listing these white-ass names. And then I said it in the Beatles voice. I wish we had a clip of that. I'm sure it's around somewhere in the VOD channel.
It's somewhere.
It's somewhere.
Just have to find it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, classic.
That was a fucking good bit. I loved it.
Thank you.
As I said, when I learned of Dr. Wilson's murder in Japan... Hello? There we go. My mind immediately turned to those 4 names because, you see, there was someone else on the list who I believed to be recently deceased.
What? Who?
Shinn, as it was transcribed in Japanese script. In actual fact,
Miss Asa Shinn.
You know, I only made the title of the stream that because I was like, it's probably gonna come up in this trial. Well, fucking Nostradamus has. It came up very much.
She's important. Apollo hitting you with the gift of prophecy.
Hell yeah.
Big. That was a familiar name to me. She was a professional killer, well known among London's unsavory classes.
Oh, I see.
But she had completely vanished from existence several months before Wilson's murder. So I came to the logical conclusion that she had herself been killed. And accordingly, I became fearful for the lives of the remaining 2 persons on the list.
Ah, Kayasogi and T. Gregson.
Owing to our proximity, I decided to take measures to protect Gregson myself. But I determined it would be safest if young Asogi were to stay away from Britain.
Ah, so that's why he went to such lengths to prevent his study tour from going ahead.
Exactly.
Oh, they think he's dead? This is perfect, Mr. Sholmes.
Let's go!
So you already know who Kazuma-sama was, Mr. Sholmes?
Oh yes. Sholmes and I have exchanged correspondence for years. I'd recounted many tales about Asogi to him in my letters, and the news of Dr. Wilson's death, of course.
Oh, Iris, I'm here too, and I'm very sad. So, Dr. Wilson is dead then? I didn't know.
Oh, we did just kind of talk about it in front of you, didn't we, Iris? It's fucked up.
I know he wasn't my daddy, but still, that's very sad.
Aw, baby.
I'm so sorry, Iris. We knew the significance of the name, obviously, but we couldn't bring ourselves to tell you. No.
But what you just told us, Mr. Sholmes, doesn't completely tie in with the facts. There's one big hole in your hypothesis.
A big hole, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes. You mean about Asa Shinn, I presume?
Oh, of course.
Exactly. She wasn't killed, was she? She was in Japan posing as a visiting student under the assumed name of Jezile Britt.
I'm glad you're keeping up, my dear fellow. But I only became aware of that fact 2 days ago, in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel.
Ah,
And upon hearing that startling revelation, my hypothesis that I'd formed surrounding those 4 names was completely turned topsy.
What? Topsy? Flopsy? Mopsy? And Cottontail? The rabbits from Peter Rabbit? Sick rabbit reference, bro.
Why, yes.
What do you mean when you say your hypothesis
He
was
is
turned
rabbit
topsy,
coded.
Mr. Sholmes?
I had believed all 4 names on the list to be the names of victims. However, I was mistaken. Very much so. Asa Shinn was a killer. So, this telegram is a list of both victims and killers, is it? Indeed. It would seem that Miss Shinn was dispatched from Britain with the sole intention of dispatching Dr. Wilson.
I mean, she did
And then
mention
she
in the first
herself
game
was
that she was
dispatched.
like, she was very vague in describing, yeah, I poisoned him and killed him. I ain't gonna tell you why though, teehee.
I can't tell you why. Hee hee. Her visiting student status being merely a front.
Ah,
which would of course explain why no motive could be determined for her actions.
so the real
Wait.
reason Dr. Wilson was killed by Asa Shinn is because he was the target of an assassination.
Wait a minute.
What up?
My brain hurts.
Okay.
Okay, so
Oh, sorry.
If Judge Jigoku. No.
I believe the list was all. So the telegram is supposed to list the victims and killers. So.
Yes, the victims
Oh,
and killers.
so wait. Then it would be Asashin killed Wilson. Tobias kills Kazuma?
Well,
because
if
he remember
you look
Kazuma's
at it-
dad said
No,
that Kazuma's
no.
his weapon or something? What?
No. Because if you look at it literally the exact same way that you did with
Is it the other way around?
Asashin and yeah, because
Okay, hold on.
Shin and Kazuma are at the top. So presumably it
goes
Asashin
down?
kills Wilson and Kazuma kills Gregson. Supposedly.
Ah.
But also, here's the thing. Because here's the big thing about it. Because if apparently Judge Jigoku knew about Asashin and him being so okay with just letting this slide, presumably.
Yeah. Fucked up.
Like we thought that it was like just him being cowardly and
Or like at the very least somewhat
like,
impartial during those trials?
And well, not really. Because here's the thing, even though she was found to be a convicted murderer, they were still like, well, then again, they also did the same with my brain hurts.
I understand what you're saying.
I don't.
The
Yeah.
Jigoku is suspicious because he knew more than he let on, including the fact that he presided over trials that Asashin was involved in that were, he
Yeah.
did not let on the knowledge that he knew of her true identity.
I'm so.
Anyway, here's the Shom's thing that I accidentally clicked over.
And forearmed with that knowledge, fresh consideration of this telegram puts the list in a very different perspective.
What do you mean? I like it when we look at it like before the protagonist does.
Yeah. Well, does it not strike you? There is another among the four, who subsequently became a visiting student.
Wait, you mean...
But of course, a name you know only too well.
You mean Kazuma? Oh! He did say in court earlier today.
Oh, hey, bitch. Yes, on 31st October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission. And the mission was the assassination of the Mark. Young Mr. Asogi accepted that mission a year ago now.
I mean, to be fair, Gregson is the reason why his father was convicted and subsequently killed. So, like, yeah, he has motive. Even if he claims he didn't have the intention to kill, he still would have motive to be like, the truth is... Wait, didn't Kazuma say that a letter was sent to him saying his dad was a murderer or whatever? Did that letter also let him know that, like, hey, I know who's responsible for your dad getting, like, convicted. I can help you get rid of him. Because Kazuma didn't say everything that was in the letter.
At least not that we know of. No,
Yeah.
we don't.
Surely not.
I'm trying so hard to piece this together because the pieces are there. I can see it. I just need to find the edge pieces and then I can get everything else. In conclusion, this document is a contract of sorts. An international agreement, one might say. Detailing an assassination exchange.
An assassination exchange?
Assassination exchange student.
Oh my god, this is so quirky. It's like Freaky Friday, but like, we're assassins. How could Kazuma possibly be involved in something like this? And also, How is it an exchange when 2, like, white men were killed? I don't know. I thought it would be like, hey, we take one of our guys, you take one of your guys, you know?
Let's assume that we have 2 parties, each wishing to dispose of a distinct individual. Those 2 parties then make a contract to swap their respective assassination targets. That would be an assassination exchange.
So to begin with, the British assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Japan, where she kills her target. And then the Japanese assassin is dispatched as a visiting student in Britain in order to eliminate his target. It certainly does sound like an exchange.
But what on earth is the point?
Don't forget, Naruhodo, that the British assassin at least escaped conviction, thanks to diplomatic immunity afforded by consular jurisdiction.
Oh, yes. And the fact that this telegram was sent to Judge Jigoku's office means that he knew. He was like, oh my god, you're right,
Yeah.
Wildfire. He totally knew. He probably,
knew.
helped make it happen.
And I feel like we know who sent him the telegram. From Britain. We know who that was. But once again, I have all the pieces, I just need to figure out how they're arranged.
But the order of events and why and who and everything.
Yeah. This is my fucking brain.
It's a good story though, good mystery.
This is so good! Oh my god! Such jurisdiction should be null and void under the terms of the new treaty between our 2 countries. So the fact that it was brought into play suggests intervention at the very highest levels.
The highest levels, like maybe the judges?
Higher than the judges. Those murderers were 2 sides of the same coin, linked not by common motive but by contractual agreement. As such, they appeared utterly unrelated, yet in truth, the assassins were complicit in one singular devilish scheme. That disassociation and the safeguard of diplomatic immunity were, I believe, the motivation behind this plot. But wait a minute, Sholmes. If this telegram really is describing the exchange of assassins as you're suggesting, it would mean the Japanese killer's target was never Seshiro Jigoku at all. It would mean Asogi's target was actually Inspector Gregson.
What? Kazuma was here for Gregson? So Judge Jigoku wasn't actually the mark. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
British silence. I hold myself personally responsible for failing to keep the inspector safe.
Mr. Sholmes?
I told him of my fears and implored him to seek a transfer to an overseas position.
No, that's why he was gonna move to France. No, Vegeta. It wasn't just because of the Reaper; it's because of all this.
Obviously, with the young pickpocket in tow.
Yes, Gina. Come to think of it, Inspector Gregson did mention that to us at the Great Exhibition. That he'd be transferring, I believe that's the 3rd trial? That was the harebrain. That he'd be transferring to the Paris police and taking Gina with him.
But without informing me, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems. And sadly, it turned out to be his very last.
I apologize. 2nd trial. It's the first trial was Surado's Butch journey. The 2nd trial was our first one. The 2nd trial was a flashback to what happened with my man, Squirrel Man Deku. 3rd one was the first case we had in Japan currently, which was at the hairbrain. The fourth one was the
And the fourth one is still this one.
the fourth one is the Courtney Scythe. And wait a minute, that was all one case actually. Yeah, that was all one case. For some reason, I was like, no, that trial was really fucking long.
Yeah, like the fourth episode and the fifth episode is all the same.
Yeah,
trial,
I remember. That's why in my head I was like, wait a minute, what was the one with like Courtney Scythe and the gear guy? No, that was all hairbrain. Wow, but yeah,
it's this one.
This is too much to take in.
Okay. Oh, not the fucking cut to black.
Alright, everyone. That's enough of that serious talk for one day. Isn't it, Hurley? I mean, look at the time!
Ah, quite right, Iris. We must conclude our preparations for tomorrow.
What preparations?
Well, I think I shall make my way back to my hotel room now. All alone.
Oh.
This has certainly been a night to remember.
It is a little bit sad, though. I mean, I liked the idea of you being my daddy. Because then Susie would have been my big sister.
I'm sorry, Iris.
I know, Iris. I was thinking quite the same thing. Were you? But if somebody like me were worthy, I would be delighted to become your sister. What? Really? Oh yes, without question. So, you'll teach me all the ways you know how to throw Runo to the floor? Yes, of course. It would be my pleasure. Hey-ya!
You didn't have to agree quite so readily.
Oh, wait a minute. If Susie's going to be my big sister, you could be my big brother if you want, Runo.
Family! Family!
Family! Family!
Huh? I mean, yeah, of course. If you'll have me, I'll gladly be your brother.
Well done, Iris. We must always be mindful of feelings. I've raised you so well.
I'm very much a part of this family, remember? I'm here, remember me.
Hello?
Because being sensitive is your strong suit, naturally. Oh, Iris.
The family.
I'm going to work extra hard for tomorrow now, because it's for my big brother and sister.
What is all this talk about preparing for tomorrow? Preparing what?
Hee hee. You'll just have to wait and see.
Oh.
Good luck in court tomorrow. I'm expecting a sterling performance.
I'll do my very best, of course, like no one ever was. So the overnight break in the trial's proceedings became a crucial turning point, exposing new truths while posing new conundrums. That gist of Oh, wait, sorry.
Hello?
There's a pixel on my screen right underneath to the left of that L on list, so I completely read it as gist. And I was like, is that a I was about to do the spelling mistake, but then I looked down at my tablet screen and I was like, oh, that's his list. That list of four names on the telegram in Judge Jigoku's office, and the extraordinary assassination plot in which my best friend had somehow become involved. I felt as though I had been plunged into an even greater darkness all of a sudden. But at the same time, I felt sure that I would see the light again soon.
The family!
The fucking fruit basket here. Because I was lucky enough to have the most wonderful family in the world! Bro said the word family. Stop. Stop.
It's his two dads and his two sisters.
Shut the fuck up.
Ah!
Oh.
I'm not the stepdad, I'm the dad that stepped up.
I believe Ryunosuke doesn't even like talk about his family at all. Like, I don't even know if he has parents or whatever the fuck. So,
really.
for all we know, he might as well be just as loosely tied to no one as Iris is.
Perhaps.
Alright, well, we're definitely not finishing this today. But that's okay. I've been savoring it.
Yeah, this has been great. I love this.
The 4th of
I'm gonna take a
November,
sip.
9:30 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom.
Wait, hold on. Before you speak, I'm just gonna look at the calendar real quick.
We're just getting right into it.
So, next
What?
Sunday is the 27th, and the Sunday after that is the 3rd of November. So, if we do finish it in 2 weeks,
Oh my god.
it will kind of line up with how the game, you know, is set, which is fun.
Holy shit.
All right, that's all. I'm done.
Looky. What the fuck do you have to say, bitch?
Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement.
Who said that? Who in the jury just said that?
Who in the jury just said that? Who did that? As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice. And the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at the heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Counsels, you will undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end.
Resolve! Resolve! Ah! Also, Eldritch says Ryunosuke seemingly only has an uncle. Oh, Ryunosuke! Oh. Resolve, yes, that's my intention. I am the Great Attorney, Ace Attorney.
Japanese silence.
My lord, if I may inquire.
You may not.
Damn.
Just kidding, the defendant may speak.
Oh, we're joking. That's good. On what grounds is Kazuma Asogi permitted to continue in his role as prosecutor?
On the grounds that you a bitch.
He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. Your Honor, this is kind of fucked up. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution.
And you shouldn't be and you shouldn't have the privilege of speaking, and yet here you are.
Damn, the girls are fighting.
I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day.
Radiant Roses, good night. I gotta go to sleep for work tomorrow. That's a very smart thing to do. I will be doing that within an hour or so as well. But yeah, good night. Thank you so much for coming. Night night.
Sleep well.
You
Sleep well,
did
Roses.
what?
You heard me. In today's proceedings, I intended to expose everything.
Oh my gosh, Kazuma. In front of everyone?
My whole... Well...
Hey, you
My
made that
whole
joke
life for the
earlier.
last 10
I'll make it at
years.
least once.
has all been... has all been leading up to this one day.
Kazuma.
Whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper.
Kazuma is bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct... His hair is standing on end. I get the distinct impression that we're heading into a very dangerous territory.
You know that video of the girl who like is on all fours and like jumping around and barking?
And it's like sped up. Yeah.
It's Kazuma.
Oh my god, that reminds me of this TikTok where someone is showing someone else like a calculator and it'd be like, hey, check out my new cool calculator. And they're like, oh, cool buttons. What does this button do? And it's a button that says alpha. And they're like, no, don't press it. And he presses it and he transforms into a wolf and like does the gritty.
Widowy doing the gritty.
Is that really even Kazuma-sama standing before us?
As an extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request.
You seem very...
The defense finds this acceptable, I presume.
Yes, my lord.
Tink.
In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed hearing of Barak von Zeeks.
The defense is ready, my lord.
The prosecution is more than ready.
Well, the defense is infinitely more than ready.
The prosecution is infinite plus infinite. Ready.
The defense is infinite times infinite more than ready.
Very well then. This preamble has taken long enough.
Okay.
Can you gay nerds stop fighting? Prosecutor Asogi, begin. As you wish, my lord. Prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. Brings Seishiro Jigoku into the courtroom.
At last, then.
I've always been saying Seshiro, but I don't know if it's Seshiro or Saishiro.
I think if I think it might be Seishiro.
Seshiro.
Seishiro. Yeah, it might sound like that. But
I've been correct.
I'm
Let's
not
go.
Japanese. I'm not entirely sure. I'm just thinking from like the syllabic angle, but it could be anything.
Yeah.
At last, then, we've reached the final battle. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get to the truth. Slappity. Come on, Ryunosuke. It's time for that steely resolve, because this is gonna test it to the limit. Are you here with me, Rouse Mouse Ryunosuke? Yes, I'm here. Thank you. We can both do this together, Mouse Ryunosuke.
Witness, state your name and occupation for the court.
Hi, sexy.
So it was you who issued this, was it? Your subpoena? I did what was necessary.
I'm sure it's a super pina. Sorry.
Well, look what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day when you take that tone with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. Japanese silence. My name is Seshiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan. 16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. Oh my god. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. Sorry, I hiccuped. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. I am, of course, fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. Interesting! I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country.
Interesting.
Interesting! I hear he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty
The
of Friendship and Navigation.
Treaty. The fucking treaty.
The friendship. Ah, it was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty.
Judge Jigoku, I must ask,
Well, I never. Fancy the young murdering student turning up here of all places.
You acquitted me yourself, and now I'm a practicing defense lawyer.
Yes, and full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see.
You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium. But then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France.
Took flight? I'd have to object to that turn of phrase. I took boat, actually.
Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances?
Well, I was somewhat expecting this, and I'm sorry to say, I decline to comment.
What?
Leaving the country prematurely when I was an invited guest may be questionable etiquette. But my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say?
Now, where have I heard that before, Mr. Asogi?
I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed.
You appreciate
for which
it?
I offer my condolences.
What?
Yeah,
maybe
I
he
thought
means
I
something
read
else
it
by
wrong.
that. I am
I
thrilled
assume.
that a police officer has been killed. A-cab, am I right?
I'm about to say, like, honestly, correct. However, being an alien, I'd obviously never met the man, nor did I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that.
So you would run from all this?
I beg your pardon.
This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now.
A year ago in Japan. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean?
That's right. And you, Judge Jigoku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it.
Japanese silence. Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end, too.
Oh my god, resolve, resolve, resolve.
Resolve. Resolve, resolve, resolve. Let's see your evidence, then. What proof do you have that Seshiro Jigoku is involved in this case?
Well, voice the ball.
Telegram.
This was fucking in his office, so I think this is a no-brainer.
Hey, yeah.
This is a telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names: K. Asogi, A. Shinn. Actually, does Kazuma know about this? Like, about this specific telegram? Wait, hold on. Oh, he angry.
I don't think he does.
Oh, he angry.
You little...
Oh, oh, oh,
Where did you get that?
oh, don't break the board now.
I was about to say, like, this is how he broke the fucking witness stand.
Daddy's mad. In Tokyo, from your office, Judge Jigoku.
What? How on earth did you... What's this all about? Why is my name on that list?
This list of 4 names follows a certain... Thank God for fucking Sholmes, bro. Eldred said I'll be his witness stand. What, so he can break your back? Anyway.
Absolutely, of course that's what he meant.
T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of the victims. K. Asogi and A. Shinn are the names of the assassins. Ooh.
No.
Aww. And it's the first time I fondly caressed a man's breasts, and it was because he was dead. Anyway, a year ago in Tokyo. Yeah, because I was like, bro, the shading on the boob, that was the first sign, honestly, that was the first sign I was playing this game. I'm like, this game is like, it's not just me, it like emphasizes the chest area for men. I remember the distinct moment in that case where I was just like, huh, that's like shaded. Anyway, Dr. John H. Wilson, sorry, I was getting nostalgic. Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital.
Ah yes, nostalgic of the thirst.
Oh, I remember Jezal Brett. Oh, I love voicing the flouncy ladies. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Jezal Brett. But her real name was Asa Shin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain. Actually, so is Asa Shin British? For some reason, her name made me think she was Japanese.
Me?
But I guess she's just British. She was a killer
I guess.
from Britain, so she's British. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah Shin and her victim Jay Wilson.
And the murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Asogi, whose victim was the British police inspector Tobias Gregson.
K. Asogi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other.
British silence. What exactly is the defense suggesting?
These two cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassination. They have to stop saying assassination exchange because it sounds like an anime. Oh my god, my exchange student is an assassin? The telegram...
Someone needs to make that anime. Quick! Studio Bones, get on it!
Quick, Studio Bones! The telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill. Also, hello, Fishy! They stubbed their toe earlier and
maybe it
only
should be
realized now they're
Aniflex.
bleeding all over the ground? Jesus Christ, Fishy!
Oh, brother!
Brother! Get that looked at! Take care of yourself! Also, hi, hello,
brother,
welcome.
I say gender neutrally.
Yes. Like, you know how when you say, oh, brother, it's the royal brother, okay?
Oh, brother.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku, that we obtained somewhat illegally, but whatever. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you!
Japanese silence.
He Anki.
Judge Chikoku? What's this all about? Japanese silence.
And you, Kazuma, you lied to me. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you'd accepted the assassination mission, but the mark wasn't Judge
Have you
Jigoku
turned
at
into
all.
me?
It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract.
More Japanese silence, but in a different font this time. Very impressive, Rinosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Seishiro Jikoku was the mark came entirely from you.
That is true. Technically, he said,
Yeah.
you know, he went on the boat
Yeah.
to establish to kill a mark, but he never intended to. So,
Yep.
Seishiro was
Yeah.
never killed. And so, like, you know, we extrapolated from that.
Mhm.
Yeah. You deliberately avoided saying a name?
Dink. The defense claims these four names indicate some sort of international assassination exchange.
It
the
sounds
hit
so
anime
quirky, we should
produced
make a
by
show out of
Studio
it.
Bones. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself?
This would be so hot if it was literally any other guy. Anyway. I love being looked down upon.
Japanese silence. I have nothing to say.
His judicious silence only goes to prove his guilt.
There's another very important point in that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Grouse.
Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse would put you in contempt of court.
More Japanese silence.
There is no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well, then. As a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. British silence. It seems this Japanese gentleman has information the court must hear about the alleged assassination exchange and the events of the night of the 31st of October. Present your formal testimony now. As you wish, my lord.
By the way, this is a total non sequitur, but I just remembered it because I was like, it's a shame that his little ponytail is cut off there. Because it is like a nice like detail in its design. But like, I remember I was scrolling on Twitter and I was looking at like, so you know like Fields of Mystria is that like Stardew-esque game that got popular recently because its beta was released. One of its character was it does these promotional posts where like, hey, look at this character in different seasonal outfits. And so like I follow people who retweet that kind of stuff. So I was like, okay. And this was a very like sexy looking long haired lady. So like, okay, not super my type, but okay. But then she has one outfit where her hair is in a ponytail, and I like whipped my head around and like reacted, and I was like, oh god, it's so over for me. Not because of like that particular lady, but I was like, the ponytail allegations are so like they're so accurate. It was so visceral in that moment that I watched the GIF again like 3 times to see the ponytail. It's so bad. I wanted to bring that up because I think I forgot to mention it on yesterday's art stream, but that did happen to me. And
saying you have an issue.
There's something. Anyway. We don't have to talk about that now.
I posted, excuse me, Drex? Interesting.
I can't click off because then that'll precede the dialogue. What was it?
Yeah. It's true that Kazuma Sogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. Drax literally said in like Twitch stream chat, I posted gay sex in the stream chat.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I see the stream chat. I'm saying I see the Twitch stream chat. I'm saying, what does it say in the Discord stream chat?
What the fuck? It's, Miles and Phoenix.
Oh, is it the molars picture?
Phoenix.
Is it let me see your molars?
I don't know. No, better than Steel Samurai.
Oh, I saw that. I saw the art. I know what you're talking about too. It's like Phoenix being like, "Hey, how was it?" And he's like, "Great." And they said, "Better than Steel Samurai" is a tokusatsu show in the Ace Attorney canon that Miles is like a weird nerd about, and so Miles after that is like, not actually no. He's like, fuck you.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah, I think it's really, it's really honestly, cute that like, I think it's a shame that Kazuma doesn't have that one filler episode that we saw of Kazuma and Ryunosuke's like first meeting. I feel like that's the only really time we got to see Kazuma's more nerdy side. I feel like we don't get to see a lot of his like, you know, more uncool personality. But fortunately, when it comes to Miles Edgeworth, when it comes to Miles Edgeworth in the mainline Ace Attorney games, you see a lot of him being a fucking nerd, and it makes it's absolutely endearing.
Yeah. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it. So clearly, I can't be involved.
Bro, we saw a bullet mark on your cabin.
Yeah, like, brother, there was a gunshot. Stupid.
Oh, brother. So you admit it then, as this communication suggests, there really was an assassination exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan.
A political endeavor at the highest levels. Not something I can discuss here.
To use such a worthy practice as foreign study to coerce somebody to commit murder. It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard. This is my indignified Susato pose.
Susato is bad. Appalling. Well, it's easy to judge.
Pardon?
Asogi had a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know.
Well, yeah. We did discuss the motive.
He got a little snarl.
Yeah,
Which
look,
is
look,
why
look at
he
his evil
accepted
face.
the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Council?
Like literally the space between his eyebrows like darkened in the evil way.
Real. Japanese silence.
Kazuma-sama?
Judge Jigoku, if you are the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain. What if it's the white judge? That'd be fucked up. That's why he's not here? The good gracious judge! No!
Good gracious!
That would be
I'm not
terrible.
obliged
That
to
would be
divulge that
a
information.
heartbreaking twist.
I do not think it's him.
You can't be saying that,
He-
white baby. But it's the white judge.
He's silly. The white judge is too silly.
Yeah, he is just like a guy.
As I said yesterday. He is. Good gracious! As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, this assassin exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case. The crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship in Dunkirk. Because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it.
Oh my god, I can think of the evidence in my brain that contradicts
Well,
all of
about
these.
that.
So, like, they couldn't hear
Yeah,
because
me
of the
too.
clothing stuffed in the wind, and also he was definitely in there at one point
Yeah.
because of the clock crown that was in the fucking suitcase.
Yup. Ah! That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London in the room on Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Barrick von Zeeks. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged.
He's actually the least involved in this whole foreign exchange assassination thing. So it's funny that he's
For
being brought up.
To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was the facade for such a Machiavellian dealings. Clearly, it's a plot only a government minister and high-ranking judge such as the witness could hope to execute. Okay, stroke your own dick a little bit. Well, I seem to recall that it was something on the British side who... that it was someone on the British side who controlled everything.
Yeah, I wonder who.
Be that as it may, it is not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plot. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, counsel? You will not dig up my dirty laundry.
Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. What do you mean, Eldritch the Third Stroganoff brother dick? Alright. So I have a feeling I
Time
know
to
what to
press.
present, but also let's just press all of it.
Yeah. Time to press everything.
A year ago, when Kazuma was still in Japan then.
Correct. I was at the examination center for applicants for the study tour that I approached it. It was at the... I'll never forget it. I remember exactly what you said. You just came out and asked me forthright if I'd consider traveling to Britain on an assassination
What the
mission.
fuck? Boys, am
You
I
just
right?
fucking said it.
Damn.
Surely not.
I thought it was a joke at first, of course, but then it was made clear to me that if I didn't accept, I wouldn't be considered for the study tour.
Slappity. So you agreed to it just for that? I mean, I know how much you wanted to study in England, but assassination? I mean, he had a
Japanese
motive.
silence. The Empire of Japan had accepted a proposal from the British Empire at the time. An agreement to send a student from each country to the others to deepen cultural understanding and friendship.
Which, as you all know, is
My Little
magic.
Pony bullshit. Yes. But behind the scenes, the chosen students were to be given assassination missions. I had no choice but to accept the proposal that originated from my British counterpart.
Why? Why didn't you expose the plot then?
Japanese silence. Britain acknowledges no part in these alleged misbegotten dealings. I advise you not to make spurious allegations, Foreign Minister Jigoku.
You are so fucking sus.
Real. As a witness, I am bound to tell the truth, my lord. Anyway, I picked Asogi and explained the details of the plan to him. Target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour.
Why, Cosma? Oh, why Cosma? Why did you pick him as the assassin?
He was the most capable of all the applicants, and in addition, I knew his desire to travel to Britain was very strong. In fact, it was almost more than desire. It was his whole purpose in life.
Yes, as his best best friend, I can certainly attest to that.
That's what.
The way he threw himself into his studies, the way he pursued becoming qualified as a lawyer, it was all ultimately for that one single goal of being accepted on a study tour to Britain. He's a total teaboo. And of course, we know the reason behind that. He was determined to find out for himself the truth behind his father, Genshin Asogi.
There's nothing I wouldn't have done to get here. Be that agreeing to assume the role of an assassin, or betraying people's trust. Well, you certainly did a fine job of betraying mine, Asogi. Japanese silence.
But why was Inspector Gregson the target?
I have no idea. Those were the orders from Britain. I was in no position to question them. You have no idea? Really? I find that hard to believe. Oh, do you?
Judge Jigoku was once a visiting student here in Britain himself, of course.
Dude, what if the visiting student exchange shit has been happening before? Like wouldn't it be crazy if Kazuma's dad was also forced to kill because that was the role of his exchange student thing?
Yeah.
Fucked up.
That's my thought process.
Was that one of your
Because
theories, maybe?
Yeah, that's one of my not necessarily with like the exchange program being at the heart of it, because we didn't really get like any major confirmation from that until literally just now.
Mm-hmm.
But there's weird things going on with Genshin Impact Asogi that I don't quite believe everything that's been told about him.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps he has some connection with Inspector Gregson from that time.
The defense really ought to catch up
With what?
with the fact that the assassin exchange has absolutely nothing to do with the case under scrutiny here.
Oh, so basically you're saying that this exchange in which the reason why he's here was to kill the guy and the guy died, nothing to do with it. It's a he died of unknown other reasons.
Yes, I've already admitted to recruiting Asogi. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission.
I presume you're referring to the incident that occurred during Cosmo's passage to Britain in January. We must look at this. The awful tragedy that took place on the steamship. I almost read that as the friendship. I'm so used to reading the friendship treaty like every fucking other sentence. I almost read it as the friendship.
The friendship. Word arrived at the ministry some 2 weeks after the ship's departure from our shores. The visiting student had been killed, but his body had somehow gone missing in Hong Kong. The news was wired to me from a detective I placed on the ship to accompany the assassin.
Hi, Hosonaga. Obviously, Cosmo didn't actually die at all, but he did lose his memory, including all details about his special mission. Oh.
Japanese silence. As I wait for the thing. There we go. Did you not consider dispatching another assassin at that point? That wasn't possible, simply because that black-clad young student over there had already put himself forward as Asogi's replacement. And there was no way to stop him from reaching Britain. You fucked it up. My hands were completely tied.
So Mr. Sholmes' strategy worked perfectly.
He predicted everything that would happen. Yeah, as I'm saying, like, in certain cases, Sholmes is a fucking dumbass, but in this particular case, he's kind of like OG as fuck.
He's the smartest dumbass I've ever met.
Hell yeah.
Months later, my memory returned. But I'd never intended to go through with the assassination mission anyway. So you were playing me right from the outset, were you? Is that it? I'd sooner be guilty of that crime than taking someone else's life.
Ooh, tell him. Tell him.
Get his ass. I was prepared to do whatever I had to in order to get myself here to Britain. Dink.
This line of questioning has gone on long enough. All the court shall be concerned about in the testimony given by this witness are details relating to his relationship with Inspector Gregson and the victim's murder.
In that case, as I've already made perfectly clear, I have no connection to the man or his death.
And you have some means of substantiating this plea?
Eldritch says, I'm 100% certain his dumbassery is a facade. I mean, I'm with you. I think that he's a legitimately intelligent person, but I think him being silly is both, like, just as a part of his true personality, but also, like, a coping mechanism, because when you think about it, he has, like, this is, when he plays that character, it's almost as if he can believe that he's invincible, and that, like, you know, crime and murder and death don't actually affect him too much. You know?
Yeah.
You can make a justification for why someone who should be more serious is acting like that.
Yeah.
Outside of your cabin in the first-class area of the SS Grouse, you mean?
I need to give him a hug.
We love the characters who are silly but are actually smart and competent but are being silly to cope.
Yeah. This is why I like Starlow Undertale Yellow.
Hell yeah. I mean, I'm not. That man is not the smartest, the sharpest tool in the shed.
Yeah, no, he's not as smart.
His heart's
as
in the right
Sholmes,
place.
100%. Yeah. He does his best. But I love me a silly man who's got some depth hidden under that silliness. Anyways.
Yes, that's right. Not least because there was a murder of a student passenger early in the year, I imagine. The linear operators have taken to posting a crewman outside every first-class cabin door. I can confirm the presence of the crewman guard myself.
Say seaman, you cowards. What do you mean?
Because I accompanied Professor? Incorrect. Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk that night. I witnessed it with my own eyes. There was a well-built crewman standing guard directly in front of the door to the witness's cabin. At that particular time, of course, I'd gone to the ship's dining room for dinner. The inspector and I asked the crewman to allow us into the cabin while we waited for Judge Jigoku's return.
I suppose Inspector Gregson was there in his capacity as the Reaper. He was intending to take the witnesses... That's what I'm confused about. Then, if Kazuma's role was to take Gregson out, I'm still confused about who Gregson was and what his intentions were.
Yeah. Exactly. As I've said numerous times now, I had no intention of killing anyone.
So the crewman let 2 potential assassins into the cabin he was supposed to be guarding? Not the most convincing of sentries, really.
In truth, those are my thoughts too. But anyway, I stayed to talk with Inspector Gregson for a short while. And then I left him there and made my way off the ship alone.
Was the guard still at the door when you went?
Yes, he glared at me as I walked past. I could feel the racism. You see? That proves it. Racism is real. If there'd been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it. So clearly I can't be involved.
The crewman who was standing directly outside your cabin door, you mean?
That's right. A muscular man with a permanent grim expression on his face. He didn't once move from that spot. To be honest, I thought he was a miserable fellow. But, as it happens, he's a vital witness now. There's no doubt that Gregson was killed by a gunshot. And it's inconceivable that a crewman standing just outside the cabin door wouldn't have heard that.
But wait, what about the ship's enormous steam engines? The noise of them could have drowned out the sound of the gun being fired.
Sadly, young judicial assistant, that won't wash.
Oh,
You will recall that my cabin was in the first area class of the ship, which is also, of course, the quietest. Don't imagine for a moment that it's anything like steerage where the judicial assistants go.
I didn't mean...
Hey, leave her alone. And a hole like that was made by a
Yeah,
bullet.
be nice to my
It
sister.
was found in your cabin, Judge Jigoku. That's compelling evidence that a gun was fired in there.
What's that? A bullet hole? Oh yes, you're talking about what the detective uncovered in the wall yesterday, I presume. That was obviously a rotten panel eaten out by a woodworm. No doubt he didn't find an actual bullet.
Ugh, that's the hole in this argument.
Sadly, I was unable to arrange for the crewman to be brought back to Britain with me.
It was busy
But obviously,
stroking
if a gun had been fired in my cabin on the night in question, as defense implies, I would have been arrested on the spot and would never have made it to Britain in the first place.
off. Hi, Dev. Welcome, welcome. You are a little late. That's fine.
Howdy.
Very true. The witness's logic is sound. Since no gunshot was heard from the witness's cabin on the night in question.
Also, literally, the witness's logic is sound.
Heh.
Heh.
We must assume that the witness is telling the truth.
I'm glad you've seen sense, my lord.
Okay, so it is a present thing. I know Kazuma's already admitted to taking on this incredible assassination plot, but even so, hearing it being confirmed by someone else is still a real shock.
it's unforgivable! Using Kazuma-sama's feelings to manipulate him into agreeing to such a despicable plan.
But I think Kazuma's manipulated Judge Jigoku too. I mean, that's true. and that the judge was like, hey, I'm giving you this opportunity, but you have to do this. And Kazuma says, okay, but like, I'm actually not gonna do that. I mean,
they like shook hands for the agreement, but Kazuma had his fingers crossed behind his
exactly.
back.
I was gonna say that like Kazuma, lied obviously, but ultimately Kazuma doesn't have a lot of power compared to Judge Jigoku in this situation.
Oh dear, it's hard not to see that as a stroke of brilliance on Kazuma-sama's part.
One way or another, though, Gregson ended up dead. I really think the murder must have happened aboard that steamship.
So you mean...
Judge Jigoku must be lying.
He's lying.
I know I shouldn't let my emotions cloud my judgment, but you must destroy him, Mr. Naruhodo.
Get his ass.
Get his ass,
Well, I know
Mr.
someone who wants to destroy him.
Damn. Okay. Target. If there was a shot fire. Okay. So.
Like, I think.
Oh? Oh?
Oh.
Oh? Hey,
Following
wait a
the
minute.
departure of the Sturt of Gunkars, all crew members are required to assemble on the main deck at 10 p.m. in order to review evacuation procedures. The drill will take 20 minutes.
It was found in his cabin.
Objection.
Mm-hmm.
I am not missing today, by the way. Yes, as the court has heard. Thank you.
He doesn't miss.
I don't miss! Except for the times that I do, but not today. There was a crewman posted outside Judge Jigoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that, contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times.
What?
I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the... See, listen, if I was guilty in a scene and I had paper evidence, fuck you, I'm eating the evidence. I'm not gonna have that lying around.
What? Where did you get that?
Like, so much evidence can be cleaned up from crime scenes if you just ate it. Anyway, it's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember.
Herlock Sholmes again.
According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m. and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Grouse were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill.
All crewmen were away from their posts.
And during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. Oh, he angry.
He angry.
In summary, Judge Jigoku, you had ample opportunity. Oh, this is really random. I just realized, like, you know how Suzato's goggles has the cherry blossom because that's her symbol? Ryunosuke has these because that's his attorney's badge. I was trying to see what the symbolism of the flash was, but yeah, that's his badge.
Mm-hmm.
Objection.
Oh.
A 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke.
Really?
But it amounts to nothing.
Aww. Why?
Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. Unless you have some decisive evidence that you can show his testimony to be false. Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture.
Very true. Well, counsel.
Think. Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it, because the defense has the evidence to prove it. Think.
You will present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have the victim's life was taken in Jigoku's cabin on the 31st of October?
Yep. fuck you.
Judge
with this.
Jigoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday.
What is that? The crown of a pocket watch?
A pocket watch?
And if you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part.
It can't be.
Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch.
Ring!
Now, whenever anyone has the exclamation point, it's like they go ring. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Jigoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. Oh my god, Ryunosuke's like, I'm surrounded by furries in this courtroom. Everyone starts going on all fours and barking at each other. And like the judge is like, oh, order, stop getting on all fours, everyone. Ryunosuke's like, what's happening? Is it a
Stop.
full moon? In other words, the victim was killed.
I mean, there was one recently.
There was one. On the 31st, during the 20-minute evacuation drill, in the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jigoku. Oh, are we gonna have a breakdown animation?
Japanese silence. Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer?
Oh?
Yeah, and you're an old murderer. What now? Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke.
Is that how you spell maneuvered? Anyway, it might be a British thing.
It's not.
Hold on,
It's
hold
a
on.
Britishism.
Actually, hold on. Maneuver. Oh yeah, it's Maneuver. Where did the fucking O come from? Maneuver?
Britain.
Who the fuck says that? Hold on. I'm
Maneuver.
Maneuver. Oh, past participle. Oh, past tense is... Oh, so it's maneuver, that's N-E-U, but in past tense, it is actually spelled maneuvered, like that. That's fucked up.
Oh.
I learned something today.
I hate it.
Why
hate
is it
the English
spelled
language.
differently in past tense, besides just adding the ED? Who knows?
English is stupid, that's
It's
why.
Stupid.
And your argument sounds entirely plausible. At first. I love his stupid little dramatic pauses. He's a theater kid. But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks.
Oh my god. What?
Oh, tell me that it's about the refrigeration system. Tell me it's
Tell
about the
me.
refrigeration system.
I can't
because we know.
wait to bring it up.
I can't wait.
And
It's
I
gonna-
believe Judge Jigoku feels the same way.
It's gonna be about how the time of death doesn't fit.
Yeah. I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year.
Sorry?
If I'd known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bombast.
I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony.
When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall into which you stumbled. Oh, tell me it's about the time of death! Fuck you!
Prior to your renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume.
Yes, I do.
Very well then.
What'd you do? Touch mustaches?
You may proceed to give your formal testimony, you mustache-touching freak, about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st October.
That's why I only have a beard, unlike you unrefined mustache freaks.
Of course. As a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice.
You were literally trying to smuggle yourself out of the... Anyway.
Real.
I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with an Ippon Xiao throw, though. He couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder. The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain, because his body was found in London. Ippon Xiao? A common jujutsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take. So, Rinosuke Naruhodo, I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you?
What? That whenever two men are in a room together, they just immediately start wrestling each other? I did see the connection in prior cases as well.
No, not that. Wait, I have to sneeze.
Gesundheit.
I have to sneeze.
Gesundheit. I can sense by what I hear that you're a fellow sneeze stopper as well. I see that you are a person of class and taste.
Yes, I see you are a person of culture.
We are too dignified to let
You
the
also
sneeze
stop your
complete.
sneezing.
That is why we must stuff it before it executes itself. Yes, very defined.
Yes. I don't even know why I do that.
I don't
truly.
know either,
That's
but it
like,
makes
I've
it
just
much.
done it
It makes
for
it
as
much
long
less
as I know.
painful for me personally.
Yeah.
Because when I do sneeze, it like
I
hurts.
don't like real.
Yeah.
Like I don't like sneezing. Ignore the voice crack that happened. I don't like the sneezing out. Like I did it earlier today because I didn't. Usually my sneezes, they like stop themselves now. I don't even have to like do anything. Like when I was younger, I would have to hold my nose closed when I sneezed so that I
Oh.
wouldn't like
Huh.
come out everywhere. But now I don't need to do that anymore, usually.
Huh.
It just stops. But sometimes it comes all the way out and it's like, oh, there's
It hurt.
spit
It hurt.
and snot
You know?
everywhere and it's awful. Wah! Anyway. Also putting on the headcanon that Kazuma is also a sneeze stopper, I have decided.
We're
I voice
unstoppable.
him, I get to do...
It's my character I'm voicing. I determine the little things he does.
Yes! The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin in no way proves that the victim's murder took place there.
Ah!
I've no doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger. Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death.
Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell.
Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord.
But if this testimony holds, Judge Shigoku will be deemed to have no involvement in the case.
Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here on a cross-examination.
You're a judge. Sorry, my lord. The defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that.
You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten.
I'm sure a good moral person would say that.
Real.
In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo.
Alright. It's present time.
Second testimony of 3 in this part. What the fuck?
So it's 11:30 right now. I think 12 would be a good time to end things. So 30 minutes.
Yeah.
The so-called guard posted at your cabin door had just let your killer pass, you mean?
Apparently, Gregson told the crewman he was a police inspector, which was the truth, of course.
He wouldn't have had his identification with him, though.
He had his trench coat and mustache, not to mention the bag of chips. I imagine the crewman was convinced.
But the man accompanying him would have had 2 swords slung around his waist.
You mean me?
Who else?
You mean little old me? He like pokes his finger into his cheek. Little old me? Yes, that's true. You would have hoped the sight of a few swords might have set off alarm bells in the guard's head. The point is, I left the cabin before its occupant returned, and I immediately disembarked the ship.
I imagine Kazuma's like, deuces, and he just walks out.
He's like, well, Jigoku isn't here. See ya.
Kazuma out.
Certainly. All I can tell you is that only the inspector was waiting for me when I arrived back at my cabin.
And you entered without any inkling of suspicion?
That's right. None whatsoever.
Huh.
Hold it!
He had a gun at you. Obviously, you're talking about Inspector Gregson.
Yes. Though at the time, I didn't know the man's name.
Hold on. You hired...
Girl?
The thing is, you had a name, but you didn't know what Inspector Gregson looked like? But, wait. Sorry. You went aboard a ship knowing that someone named Gregson was going to board it because you had an assassin to kill him, but you claim that you didn't recognize him? What? The numbers are not adding up.
The math is not mathing. And there was no time for introductions. I value my life over manners.
By which you mean that the inspector was there to assassinate you, I suppose.
That was certainly the impression given by the gun pointing in my direction. But I've never seen the muzzle of a revolver shake about so much in all my life. Anyone would think that the man had never shot somebody before.
Believe it or not, most of us have not.
Anyway, there was no time to call for help of the crewman at the door, so I dealt with the man myself. Because there was no crewman at the door. Hold it!
Ippon sail.
Even though the man had a gun? That was a very brave move, wasn't it?
My Ippon Seoi is far faster than a bullet, I can assure you.
But surely all that commotion caused the crewman to come in, didn't it?
Yes, of course. He burst in immediately without knocking. The inspector hurled himself at the stocky fellow and just managed to slip past him to make his escape.
The outstanding guard does it again.
Luckily, there aren't many situations I can't get out of using a quick Ippon Seoi throw.
This watch was broken when I threw it over my shoulder. It's not
Hold it!
murder. The crown snapped off and the glass covering the face of the watch was cracked.
Preferable to the man's head being pulled off or his spine cracking, wouldn't you say? Not that the man was spared for long. A bullet to the chest soon saw to that. But the point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove that a murder took place. Absolutely not! All the watch proves is the power of my jujitsu throw.
Whatever you say, it doesn't quite ring true that no shot was fired in that cabin. Because there was an obvious bullet hole in the wall.
What are you talking about? That's what the star of your lowbrow detective stories told you, isn't it? Well, I don't care for such fiction.
Don't ever say that about my adoptive father ever again.
How dare you?
Haven't you worked it out yet, you little stripling?
Is that like a baby stripper? Sorry.
No murder took place in my cabin. The inspector was clearly killed, having returned to Britain, because his body was found in London.
But there's no evidence that proved the victim ever returned to London alive.
Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, stripling.
What?
If the inspector was killed on the steam ship in France, how on earth could he have gotten back to Britain?
Someone carried him.
When people die, their bodies remain at that same spot. It's a devil of a thing.
Well, then obviously the culprit must have moved the body.
How exactly? Carrying a corpse off of a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think?
Well, yes, that's true, but...
Oh my fucking god!
Hello?
I just got it.
So I was thinking
just
maybe
got
he
it.
was in the luggage, but Strongheart is just saying that the luggage can't be
Yeah.
it. So I'm thinking, because we connected it with the refrigerator stuff. So passenger luggage is inspected, but the refrigeration units aren't. So if you just took one of those out...
Yeah. And I would like to think the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage. If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain.
Ugh, that's killed the idea then.
But perhaps not. Miss Usato? We've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them, which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in the sea.
Yes, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative.
Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words that you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony, with your consent, of course, my lord. I have no objection. State your amended testimony now. There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain. He was in the trunk. No.
Oh my god.
What up?
And you said Drax.
What?
Drax, when I get you. No, it's not the trunk.
Okay. It's yeah.
I'd say press this.
Oh yeah, press it.
Hold it!
Because I don't think we can present anything at this moment. There's an idea.
Think about it, stripling. All passengers and crew disembarked at the same time and passed through the same checks at the border. The symposium guests were then driven straight to the hotel in carriages organized by the ministry.
And we met you as soon as you arrived at the hotel.
So you did?
Wait a minute. He was going through that when we met at the hotel, so this photo could actually be used, as evidence. Sus.
And Drax, you said...
Eldritch says to say it because they don't remember.
You said, oh, not everything that goes into your inventory is used as evidence.
I do remember them saying that.
Do you think they would do that?
When the
Go on the
commemorative
internet and
photo
lie?
was put in our... I do, in fact. He's done it many a time before. Well, like, in relation to this game, because he didn't want to give anything away. Well then, remind me, did I have a corpse over my shoulder at the time?
What? No?
So we're in agreement then. I couldn't possibly have brought the inspector's body back to Britain.
I mean, considering you were able to fit in that
Percent.
big-ass trunk, you could have fit 2 inspectors in there, goddamn.
Yeah, I did say that. Yeah, that was called gaslighting, but also it's a lie.
Sounds like something a fucking lie.
Unless, of course, they develop some... Yeah. Unless, of course, they've developed some clever device these days to instantly move things from A to B.
Funny you should say that.
Well, about that.
Professor Hairbrain's invention didn't actually work if you remember, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes.
Okay, well, listen, but there's the
course.
hypothesis out there.
The defense has become unusually quiet, I notice. Why aren't you yapping?
Yes, because there's really nothing more to say.
But Eldritch is
Present
somewhat right. There are
Fucking photo.
moments in the Ace Attorney series where something is added to the court record that is used, like, you can present it, but it's not used as evidence in a trial, per se. So they're not wrong. So that's his story.
Well, I suppose if you think about it, whenever you drop a teacup in the office and it breaks, we don't say, Mr. Naruhodo must have been murdered there, do we?
Is that a veiled threat about what might happen to me if I break another one?
And the fact is that Inspector Gregson's body was found in the little room on Fresno Street. If he really was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin,
The body would have been moved somehow, obviously. Transporting a dead body over a country border, that would be impossible for the majority of people. So there must have been some special circumstances that made it possible for the culprit. So,
I
Okay.
think save
Oh.
and present that fucking photo.
Look at this photograph. Every time I do
Look
it
at
makes
this
me laugh.
photograph. And I just want to say, it's really interesting how Jigoku is such an expressive man, and yet in that commemorative photograph, stone cold.
Wow.
Like, the Mikatoba family, smiling,
Mr.
happy.
Electric sent it to the
Naruhodo.
principal's office and had it expelled! I'm glad you got my reference. Anyway, if you don't know, Mr. Electric is a character from Shark Boy and Lava Girl, who is basically a big head in like this electric like orb, and I wanted to make that joke.
George Lopez looking ass.
I wanted to make a funny face like the last time, and I inadvertently made that. Anyway, no, you're correct. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
But yeah, like, anyways, yeah, no, that was wonderful. I love that. Now it looks like he's got a fucking bowl cut.
He looks like Mario. Like this is like a Mario mustache. Sorry, this is just really fun. Anyway, time.
This is very fun.
Timo, Ecuador. I love your animatics. Didn't have the chance to say before. Thank you so much. That's very sweet. I do appreciate
Okay,
whenever people
check
drop
that.
into my
Why?
streams and mention something that I've done maybe a bit ago, being like, you know, hey, I like that you did that back then, and I'm like, hey, man, I appreciate that, of course. Also, what did Eldridge put in stream chat? Oh, yeah. They put in the Mr. Electric reference. Hell yeah! Oh, I'm so proud of doing that off
the difference games are getting harder and harder every day.
I'm so glad I was able to do that off the top of the dome. Anyway. Alright.
Anyways, yeah,
Let's
like
present.
the Mikatoba family, smiling, happy, Ryunosuke is just always awkward as always, and then just the very expressive Judge Jigoku completely stone cold.
That's
face.
true, actually. And actually, if we look back on the scene, do you think the judge maybe like protested a little at having his photo taken?
Oh, God.
I don't remember, but that would be a really cool detail if he was.
Yeah.
Also, Timo Ecuador, you're very talented. I have to go do homework. Take care. Hey, it's a Sunday night. Go do your homework. Thank you for coming, though. Good night.
Yeah, go do your homework.
Yeah, go do your homework. There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say. I would say the opposite is true.
And what's that supposed to mean?
Far from being impossible for you to do. The transporting of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you could do.
What are you talking about, Ryunosuke? Oh my God.
As well as
because,
being
like, the thing is, if this is true, they were just standing next to Gregson's dead body.
That's
and
fucked
they didn't
up.
even know. Yeah.
As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs, which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London. Oh, flashback! It's literally right there!
There's fucking Gregson. There he is. Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Ah, I knew you were jealous. God, that's so fucked up. Gregson's dead body is just there.
I presume you recall this, Judge Jigoku. You mogging the fuck out of this shot. It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. Mr. Naruhodo, surely you're not suggesting... I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just metres away from us inside Judge Jigoku's trunk.
That's fucked up and evil, and I'm so sad. Because Gregson's like, for a little while there, I was like, there's no way Gregson's dead. And now, yeah. He's dead. I'm so fucking sad! I love Gregson! No!
And like the way he went out is just, that's extra fucked up. Ugh.
Yeah. Order in court. I'm skeptical, counsel, that a grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk.
Is that a Britishism? The C instead of the K?
I assume.
Are you a
I
skeptile?
don't fucking know.
Lord Strongheart? Is that why you spelled it that way, the Pokemon? Anyway, it could.
Oh my god, you evolved from Trico?
Because look at this dumbass. I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside that trunk.
Oh.
And verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku?
Check stream chat immediately.
What? Oh no! Wait, it's gone! Where did it go?
No! Bring it back! Fuck, I was gonna pin it!
Like the wind, it was ephemeral as it- Oh, it's back! Yay!
The pin of honor.
As all things should be. So, Dev, the context of this is that, I can just show you.
You're in the Discord.
Yeah, it's in the Discord, but when I was inspecting the photograph, you can do this, and I just made his face big, and I compared it to that character, and Eldridge did the honors of making the edit. The pin of honor.
It's so fucking
And
funny.
after we spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street, taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body.
Holy shit. I don't have to listen to this nonsense.
Dr. Gorey, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She has acknowledged that there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. Ooh, is she gonna be a witness? I hope she testifies. She's a good character. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator.
Dink. Oh, bitch!
You
Just
fucking
you wait.
refrigerator denial, bitch.
Just you wait!
Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between.
But that doesn't
Yes,
mean they don't
I'm
exist.
sure they are, but one place they're certainly found is on large ocean. I'm glad we don't have to do the deduction, and it's so funny that the way when Shom said it, we were both instantly like, "Ooh," so we already know. But
We were
such a
like,
good
"Oh!"
moment.
We were pogging. Ring!
Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages, and the SS Grouse is no exception. Professor Mikatoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Jigoku?
Japanese silence.
However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer.
Is this why you like him so much, Drax? Because he's a villain? Well, this is all very heartening.
I mean, to be fair, Many Memo did become hotter once he was revealed as a villain.
True. I can see that it was a wise move, letting Asogi and you embark on this study tour. What are you talking about now? Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundations for that already.
Judge Jigoku, please stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond?
Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there?
Why ever not?
Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical.
The actual scene of the crime?
The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street where the gunshot was heard. As the accused, Barrack von Zeke shot the victim at point-blank range.
Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time, the defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale.
I'm afraid that's how the logical reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling.
The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly? I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim that's the only fairy tale here.
How can you say that?
Quite simply, because that
How
claim
dare
directly
you be
contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession.
Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you had better explain yourself to the court, don't you?
The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street, but this evidence clearly contradicts that. Don't mind me as I save my game, Your Honor. But anyway.
Real.
Okay.
Also, why the fuck was he found with that red wig?
I mean, there was something related to the. I think maybe Gregson had the red wig with him, maybe because he was somewhat investigating the Redheaded League a little bit, so maybe that was just a side thing he was doing.
Maybe.
And whoever killed him just planted it on him to divert attention.
Yeah. I don't know, maybe. I'm fucking...
Okay. This evidence clearly contradicts...
Wait. The claim of, that he died instantly at Fresno Street. Yeah, okay.
But also, like, Kazuma didn't clarify why the fuck his sword was stuck in the briefcase, though.
Yeah.
That's still, like, a thing that's, you know, we're grappling with.
Yeah. That's Clint. We don't care. That's his brother, Clint.
His brother, Clint.
His brother, Clint.
I think I'm actually kind of stuck. I'm thinking maybe it's the sword because it is a loose thread. But it's not like solid evidence.
Yes.
Oh yeah, didn't we establish that the pocket watch did stop like a bit ago, like a day before?
Yeah.
And so if the pocket watch did break on the chip, that does correspond with him not being able to wind it up again. So maybe it's this? I mean, we presented it before, that's why I'm kind of hesitant to present it again.
Take that!
Yeah, me too.
No! No!
The Japanese really are a curious breed. To proffer an argument with such conviction only to present such nonsensical evidence. Perhaps my Japanese friend's inexplicable thinking is why people talk of the mystique of the East.
Kazuma, you fucking race coward. In case you haven't noticed, I'm not the only Japanese person around here. Do you even have a mirror?
The court is not interested in the mystique of anything. You'll be penalized accordingly.
Was
Actually, no, he will not.
I mean, that's true, but I want to see the hint that comes after this, because it might help us.
Yeah.
Was the victim killed in the room on Fresno Street, or was he moved there? There's one piece of evidence we have that shows the answer to that question surprisingly clearly. Perhaps you should try to present the correct one. Perhaps, Mr. Naruhodo, you should try not to be a fucking dumbass this time and choose the right piece of evidence.
Okay, Susato. Are you going to try it again? Or can't you hold your hand steady enough to point it out?
I can't hold my hand steady. Can you hold it for me? Oh, a courtroom riz. Anyway, the prosecution claims that he died.
Alright, you know what? That was smooth. I'll let you have that one.
Yeah.
Well, load so we don't take that hit.
I mean, do you have such little confidence that you think the 4... I usually only, like, really save and load if I'm, like, down to... Let's try a couple more times, and then let's load, if it continues to fail.
Okay. Yeah.
So, I presented the pocket watch because it's time-related, but that's not the case. Indeterminate, they made time taken to disguise the time of death. Victim was shot at close range. Scorch marks, the bullet exited. For members of the judiciary! What the fuck?
Oh my god.
Dude!
Oh my god.
Dude, the judge has a gun! Hold on.
Oh my god. Oh my god! Present this shit.
No! Okay, now I'm reloading. But the fact that we realized that, though, is crazy. Am I right?
Ah! Fucked up and evil.
Fucked up and evil. Anyway.
Ah! Then what the fuck? Then what the fuck?
This is actually...
It's the photograph
my vague
of Mrs. Vigil.
It has to be something that was at both scenes. Okay. So... Not this.
Oh.
Not
Maybe
this.
it's the fucking... the gun, actually.
Was the gun at both scenes? We didn't find the gun when we inspected the... I mean, maybe.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wait, no.
Oh, maybe the trunk.
A very vague hint is that it has to be something that was at both scenes. This is
Damn
very
it.
vague. Okay, something that
Eldritch,
was
I
at both
believe you.
scenes. Wait.
Wait, the trunk doesn't
Alright,
make
let's
sense.
look at the evidence
I fucked up.
and find out what the fuck was at both scenes of the crime.
This?
We already did the.
No. This wasn't at both scenes.
What was at
My
both
brother, Clint.
scenes of my brother, Clint? Because here's the thing, it would make sense for it to be the watch, because the watch was technically at both scenes of the crime, but we already presented that and it was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
my poor man.
now knowing that he's
Oh, it looks
now
like
knowing
it
that
looks
he's
like
actually
the
fully
sideburns and the
dead.
mustache are one thing. Sorry, I have to stop.
God damn it.
This is
Now knowing that this is like the actual dead body of Gregson.
yeah, that's fucked up and evil. Oh god, no wonder he was like crouched up. He was probably still in that state in the fucking briefcase.
Oh my god, because he was cold from being in the freezer, and so his body locked up like that. Oh
yeah,
my
and only
God.
as he melted did the blood actually start flowing again.
Oh my god.
Fucked up and evil.
Take that!
Fuck.
Damn it! I want to present this and go to
hate-
sleep. Come on, Ace Attorney.
I hate this.
And I'm actually, a part of me is very impressed with this game's commitment to making such a gruesome murder with a character who is basically like, you know, beloved.
Yeah.
I admire the commitment, at the very least. Even if it is fucked up and evil.
Up. It's fucked up and evil, but like, good job. But fuck you. What the fuck was at both scenes of the crime? Ah!
Gregson?
I don't think so.
Eldritch?
know.
I cannot think of another hint that would be just present this. Okay. Is it an
Okay.
is it an
Is that
object
something-
or is it a photograph / paper / report? So like, is it an object or is it like a file, document, photograph, etc.? I think that would help us narrow it down.
Yeah. It's midnight. Our brains don't work right now.
It's a document. Okay, that
Document.
actually does help narrow it down.
Real.
Okay. So let's look from the beginning.
It's the Asogi papers.
It's not this.
No.
It's not this. It probably isn't this. I don't think there's any reason for it to be this.
Yeah.
It's not this.
It wouldn't be that.
It's not his brother Clint.
His brother.
Oh, he
Clint.
looks so happy.
Oh,
Anyway,
Gregson!
and that was him like 10 years younger. How is he still receding ass hairline? Anyway, sorry, he's dead. But
It's the curse of white people. They age
that's
like cheese.
true. Document being photo or info or testimony, not an object. Yes, okay. It's not the floor plan.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if it's the photo.
Take that!
Did I? Let's fucking go!
What the fuck? Yeah, he was technically at both scenes of the crime.
That's fucked up, Eldritch.
God.
Because I was thinking of the photo because we were looking at it and we were like, oh, like, you know,
I'm
him bleeding out here would make sense, and how the blood would still be like fresh in that way. Oh god.
Yeah, you were so close earlier. Yeah. I bet you were fucking screaming at your device when we were talking about, oh yeah, this is how it's fucked up and evil that it would be like this. Drax. just
Anyway,
like,
let's go away from this photo and look at the actual evidence.
A photograph of the victim in the very location you claim he wasn't killed?
Yes, but the point is the posture of the body itself. Ooh, we were talking about this. If Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a... I sort of disagree, because I feel like it's natural for the body to be, like, you know, protecting itself, but...
Because if he instantly died, he would be splayed out.
Oh, that's true.
They're claiming that he instantly died from the gunshot wound.
Hold on.
He would have no chance to curl up and protect himself.
Time of death indeterminate. Instant death. Oh, damn.
Resulting in instant death.
So, yeah.
Yep.
You're totally right.
He would have had no time.
Wait a minute. So when we were talking about the photo and how he was positioned, we were talking about it correctly, but we didn't think that was the evidence to this argument, which is really funny in hindsight.
We're so silly. I'm sorry to just... Sorry, had a stroke. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. He could easily have adopted that fetal... Hello? I hate British. I hate English. Fetal position due to the pain of the shot with subsequently proven fatal.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Jigoku, but it's your logic that's flawed. According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less have been... Oh, at least he didn't feel any pain. Jesus.
Aww.
Much less have been able to draw himself into that position. Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up that way. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now.
You're suggesting...
The inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned out on the floor from the inside of a large travel trunk. You're quite right. The shape of the body. It looks exactly as if it's been kept in a confined space. Judge Jigoku, present your trunk for an examination. I believe it's very possible it would contain traces of the victim's blood.
Japanese silence. Dang! Present my trunk. I refuse. What?
On what grounds?
It's got my undies in it.
You don't get to see my undies.
I'm the min.
At least take me on a date first, damn.
Damn. I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs for the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling's baseless accusations.
In other words, Judge Jigoku, there is blood in your trunk, and I'm not talking about that time of the month.
I decline to answer that. Either way,
Objection!
as the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have the...
At this moment, you're not a government minister. You are a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are or what your status outside this courtroom might be. You will not withhold information. Nothing is more important. Yeah, this is so poetic in that, like, the guy who basically, like, pushed Naruhodo into believing he was guilty is now on the guilty stand. Let's fucking go!
Get his ass, Naruhodo! Ah!
I like that when he points at the witness, he still points at Kazuma's direction from that angle for some reason.
Yeah. Order in court. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what's it to be? Japanese silence. You can't be serious! You did it?! Japanese silence. Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Asogi? What?! Japanese silence. Very well. I admit it.
Eldritch is doing some bits in chat right now that are gay aligned, and they ended it by saying, in parentheses, "What is wrong with me?" Just wanted to let you know.
Oh god. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense.
What?
You, dear God, outrageous!
So it was you! You expected-
No! I admit to nothing more than what I've said. Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection.
What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean?
Objection, Your Honor. I forgar.
I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So, I decided my only option was to bring it into Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else.
You can't still deny it! If you didn't do it, then who on earth killed the man?
As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he'd already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life.
Oh!
No. That's right. Who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Asogi! He's fucking pissed. You...
Everyone's slamming their fucking podiums.
I never thought you'd stoop to this, Sashiro Jikoku.
Eldritch says, man, he's so hot when he's mad. You're so right.
You've taken the words straight out of my mouth. Prosecutor Kazuma Asogi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could pin the crime on me, did you?
Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question.
Yes, on an assassination mission no less. You wouldn't. I would! So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now. And that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more.
I don't believe this.
Counsel for the defense. What is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Asogi.
This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. It all comes down to Jigoku, or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. And I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well. The defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Asogi is...
impossible.
Here's the thing. I believe it's not Kazuma. I'm seeing that his reactions are genuine, and he did not have the intentions to kill. But I'm also...
It's absolutely not Kazuma.
What I'm thinking is...
And it's also not Jigoku.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking it's someone stepped in, killed him, and just kind of stepped back out. But...
Yep.
But but for this
and
specific
I think
prompt,
we all know who it is.
What exactly is proving Kazuma without a doubt that it could have been impossible for him, though? He did say that he has a record of, leaving the boat and, staying somewhere, but he could have still killed, left the body and then left the boat. Eldritch says it was Beppo. Shut up, Eldritch.
It was me the whole time!
Beppo wanted to get his hands on Gregson's briefcase that badly? Come on, man.
I wanted that briefcase! It looked so tantalizing.
Who knows what could be hidden within it?
That's fucked up and evil, Beppo. Anyway, so Royal, can you think of anything that makes it genuinely impossible, or are we just going for this because we believe in the magic of friendship or whatever?
Magic of friendship.
Fuck
I mean,
it,
let's look at the
friendship.
court record.
Well, fuck it, yeah.
Judge Jigoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claim that logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process.
Get his ass. It is, no question.
Well, have you considered friendship? Namely, it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asogi to commit the crime.
What?
Oh, because of the gun! Is it because of the gun?
The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Asogi's involvement?
The gun.
I'm like thinking it's the gun, but I could be wrong.
I think it might be the gun. I think that's correct. Cause, like, okay.
Oh no, Kazuma! Don't be mean me.
I'd be mean you. You're making the evidence weep here, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
I'm sorry?
Every piece of evidence has a role to play in arriving at the truth. They're not playthings you could toss around the courtroom for entertainment.
You mean I shouldn't have thrown this gun across the courtroom? I'm sorry.
Never mind the evidence, you're about to make me weep, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh no, everyone's mad at me. One member of the crew was on sentry duty outside the first class cabins. As long as the guard was there, it would have been possible to fire a shot without it being heard. And that much narrows down when the crime could have been committed. Okay.
The court will only accept an argument.
When the crime. $10 p.m. What is this?
And then that stopped at 5.
I know, like, it's not the watch didn't stop at the time. It died at 5, like, which is like around a good couple hours after.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking maybe this because they did mention the he did mention the time is inconsistent, but I'm maybe.
Take that!
Don't be
Fuck
mad
it.
at me. Oh,
Fuck it.
second time's the charm, baby. Thank you for
50% of the
giving me a
time, it
hint,
works
Ryunosuke,
every
by
time.
spelling out what I needed to bring up.
Real.
The itinerary for crew members of the SS Grouse, my lord. This is conclusive proof.
An itinerary? How does that prove anything?
Judge Jigoku, the moment you acknowledge that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more. Because this was found. Wait, is it because he had the itinerary, not Kazuma?
Yeah, actually. What? Why?
On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin.
Absolutely. Because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate.
So that tells
How
us
would
that
Kazuma know?
the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock, as indicated on the itinerary.
Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far.
But the crucial point is this: when the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Oh yeah, Cosmo already bounced by then.
Ah. He's
Now,
gone.
clearly the murder could have only been committed by someone who was aboard the vessel at the time. But Prosecutor Sogi stated in yesterday's proceedings,
Here I come. I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life. So I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning.
Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Asogi couldn't possibly have carried out the killing.
Gah! I'm gonna break this witness stand. No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all.
What do you mean?
The boy is just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting for his chance to come back and finish them.
Unlike me, he was never
then-
in the closet. Isn't it out of the question, Kazuma?
As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. As I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify, and undeniable proof. No,
There's no escape this time. Give me that breakdown animation. You can forget that you're a judge or a government
breakdown?
minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer as a common man. Oh, he's about to unleash his wolf form. You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there. Oh, double spin! That's what really happened, isn't it? Saishiro Jugoku. Oh, cutscene. We have a cutscene.
was that damn trial 10 years ago. That's when all this began. Oh, fuck. Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already.
Oh!
Ah! There goes the witness stand.
Damn!
Oh, he's fucking pissed. Yeah.
I'm so happy. That's
I'm
like,
just watching the animation.
I wanted it to be a bit more dramatic, but
forget.
honestly, that was like a Chekhov's gun of like, we knew that shit was coming.
Yeah.
A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan, a Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands.
What about that? The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago.
I like that the stand is just gone, by the way.
It's just gone. No, it was hardly a request. It was a demand.
And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asogi. We have to look at his useless
Drax
dead
got
body
his
again.
ass. His sexy ass.
But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain. And you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement, because I was already on my way to Britain at that time in Kazuma's place.
And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself. Personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that.
The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume?
That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. So I enlisted the help of my British counterpart. And made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper.
What? The Reaper?
Okay, so he confirmed worked for the Reaper. But there's only one person who could have done that, oh my god, Kazuma. The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper
Holy
himself.
shit, it's Barrack! I knew it! Oh.
But, okay, but the thing is, I thought he was gonna pull out the Barrack von Zeke's name again. He didn't say Barrack von Zeke.
He said the Reaper.
He just said the Reaper himself.
So that means the assassin exchange was... It was all planned by the Reaper.
I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. But it was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death.
Oh, how awful.
It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time, waiting.
For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock.
I had intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came round and went for me in a reckless move.
You really got him?
I'd received the British-issued gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the
Damn.
judiciary as a visiting student.
Okay, so I'm assuming that like the main mystery is who the Reaper is, who is like the British counterpart, etc. But Jigoku really did him in.
Damn! I never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that. How dare you kill one of my favorite voices to do?
So, the revolver belongs to you, does it?
Remember when I pointed out the gun was issued to members of the judiciary? Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grouse, which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street.
The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There was no way I could take the body up to deck to throw it over the side.
Oh no, my luggage! Ha! Oh no, it's in the ocean now. Oh, well,
no.
it's new me in Britain. Time to get some new clothes.
Woo! That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first-class cabin sentry returns, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room.
Oh, confirmed corpse. And then on arriving in Dover, you conceal the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police.
I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London. In that case, you must have known. You must have intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule. Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know.
You know, someone also is very scheduled person, very time-minded, very organized, very... Anyway.
The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon, in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take back his police identification.
Ah.
I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit. So, I took a hacky carriage over there with the body still in my trunk.
That must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel then.
Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous.
This is my nervous face.
Yes. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers.
Miss Venus, of course.
I conceived of the candle trick there and then.
So he's strong and he's smart? Okay. He did kill someone, but like, okay.
So I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot. What sort of disguise? For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case.
Urethra! I knew it! The hairpiece was just there with him because he was, like, side investigating the red-haired stuff.
So I put that on, although I suspect I drew more attention to myself and that than I would have otherwise.
The hairpiece we found at the scene. The inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation.
I only arrived at the room at around 4:45, so I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up my little candle trick. I arranged this so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later. To put some fucking brown contacts in, you're scaring the host.
Damn. That's why I don't look him directly in the eyes.
Mr. Boone.
He looks like a fucking husky.
Yeah, I made that. He does.
So that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap.
Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder.
What was that?
I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips.
Oh.
I didn't notice that it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. I put it back in his pocket the following morning, but... well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish.
Oh yeah, we noticed that the decay of the body and the decay of the fish and chips was inconsistent.
Mm-hmm. Japanese silence. Anyway, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did.
That's not very epic sexy of you. He looks like he's about to do like a breakdancing routine with the fucking carpet there.
He does. Dink.
I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty.
Don't kill him! His boobs are so big!
Japanese silence.
An exchange of assassins? What a foolhardy idea!
Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange?
Japanese silence.
Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us!
Enough! I've already told you that I cannot say. Even though, as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again.
It's almost as if the person you're working with has so much power that even if you betray them now, they will make sure your punishment is, like, way worse.
Yerp. What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now? It's finished. All of it! I'm finished. Oh, not him standing up. Then in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson.
Oh my god! The jury!
Oh, shit.
There's something funny about the fire just jumping from the podiums without anyone slamming anything in there. They're like, be free!
Seshiro Jigoku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found guilty. Wait, but this is... hold on, but this is the trial for Van Zeeks?
Yeah, technically what we do is arrest the perpetrator and then bring up the person we're defending and then say that they're not guilty and then fireworks.
Okay. Yippee! And may I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court.
Anyway, moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession, admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt.
The return of the king and the
He's
podium.
malding.
Oh, wonderful! Well done, Mr. Naruhodo!
Yes, thank you.
Is something wrong?
Well, firstly, we were days ago next to the dead body of our friend. Secondly, our other friend is actually a murderer. Thirdly, we're just wrapped up in a whole mess. I'm mostly disturbed by his silence.
The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey and this extraordinary assassin exchange, we do remain in the dark about these mysteries. However, yeah, sure, we remain in the dark about these mysteries.
Guess we'll
Okay.
have to learn that in the third game.
Insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion.
I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries as a prosecutor.
Dick.
As you wish. Now, for the formal adjudication. I hereby declare the defendant, Barrick von Zeeks.
I've got shit to
He's
say.
malding.
The prosecution calls for adjudication to be deferred. Counsel. The accused innocence hasn't been fully established at all. And therefore, it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That is the prosecution's unwavering position.
Kazuma, you're being a little delulu right now. What?
But Judge Jigoku has already confessed!
Nevertheless, Barrick von Zeeks has committed crimes for which he must be punished.
Well, it would appear you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Osogi.
Certainly. The murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seshiro Jigoku. But it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot.
You know, I know that this is because Kazuma really wants to pin this on Barrick, but inadvertently he is continuing the trial by expanding upon this mystery, which is helpful for the greater narrative.
Yeah, into this sick, merciless assassin exchange.
That may be true, but
So what I want to know is, who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? The victim went to France having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself.
Well, certainly. That would appear to follow.
The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Barrick von Zeeks, of being the Reaper of the Bailey, and furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt.
what?
Get his ass, Kazuma. You're wrong, but like, get his ass.
So, on one
You're
hand,
wrong, but you look good while you're wrong.
I have two theories. One, Kazuma's genuinely just in his like Sasuke arc, and he is going to be driven to the end until he is inevitably proven wrong. Or two, which is my Delulu theory, Kazuma has an idea that Barrick is not innocent, but he needs to pin the blame on someone because he's a prosecutor and he has to continue prosecuting the defendant. Because that's his job. There's no way he can be like, this person did it, let's move the trial to this. So the only way he can progress the trial is to continue pushing the prosecution into the role of like, he did this, and he's making it possible for Ryunosuke to refute it and therefore further expound upon the mystery. And this is my third Delulu theory. Barrack is in on this, and Barrack told him, hey, you can accuse me as long as it gets us to the truth. So theory 2 and 3 are sort of connected. The third one is just kind of a more extreme version of the second. But it's my belief that either Kazuma, this is just a way of like Kazuma being like, oh, he's like he wants to seek vengeance, he's going too far. Like that's a very one-dimensional way of looking at his character. Or the other dimensional way is that he knows this is the only way that we can actually arrive in the truth, is in playing this role as the prosecutor.
And I think that you are spot on, because that's a similar theory that I have. Because something that we should remember earlier in this trial. Order. Strongheart and Kazuma were talking earlier. And Strongheart specifically said that this trial will go the way that I want it to. I don't know if that was exactly his words,
or like
but
he didn't appreciate Kazuma's like outbursts or something like that. Something that implied that Kazuma was speaking or acting out of line. So at the very least, we know that Kazuma is, when he is doing this, he is acting against Strongheart's demands.
Yeah. The will of the Maelstrom.
The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Council. Are you suggesting you have some new information with which to build a case?
Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Van Zieks very thoroughly in that regard, and they found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper.
But did they get Sang-Sangled to investigate him even more thoroughly?
That's true. They haven't thought of that.
They haven't thought of that. Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed.
What do you mean?
It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself. Which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here.
I must say I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name.
Japanese silence. You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zieks. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes.
Interesting how Kazuma says, I think Kazuma in some aspects, regardless of my second theory, is putting a bit of vengeance on Barrack, but interesting how he is saying crime in a very, like, vague way. You know, he's not committing, like, the vilest crime or, like, the mastermind. He's saying, oh, there's something you did, and I plan to bring you to justice for that.
Yeah. It's like, you still committed a crime.
Yeah.
Not this crime.
Yeah.
But I'm still pissed at you.
And Kazuma literally did the trick earlier where he intentionally didn't reveal a part by just, you know, omitting a detail that went assumed by the defense. So he can do that. He has that strategy. That explains Kazuma's silence before. Also, hi Glue Ghost, hello!
Hello!
He'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zieks unwittingly started 10 years ago.
British silence. Very well. Whilst it's extremely irregular, I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has had with the Reaper and the assassin exchange.
Yeah, because that's what we can get out of this information.
I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely. I hereby declare this court to be in session for supplementary hearing.
The ghosts are back.
Well,
But
the
thank
ghost
God.
of justice.
Ah! Sorry.
Oh!
I was about to comment on the fact that he wasn't posing like a fruit before, but then I got distracted.
There he...
Pray turn a
There he
blind
goes.
eye to the discourtesy as I verify that this vile and unremitting accusation hasn't soured the contents of my hallowed chalice. I
Fucking...
need both his legs in my mouth. Anyway, Lord Van Zeeks! I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years. Honestly, this is all very traumatizing for Van Zeeks. Even if this is, you know, ultimately
Yeah.
good to get information about, you know. Also, Shiori needs to sleep. Good night, Shiori. I also need to sleep. Don't worry, we'll get this done soon.
Ghost shouldn't be...
Ever
You're-
since that time, I've endured the weight of the implied guilt that's gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now and crush those allegations once and for all.
Good. Then let justice decide, Lord Van Zeeks. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accuser to the stand as the primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey. And what says the defense?
Oh, Glucose, you dropped a prime sub on me? Thank you! Thank you for coming, goodbye! Like a notification didn't come up, but I'm
Yippee!
assuming it's one of those, like, either you did it off stream or it's like automatic resubscription or whatever. But yeah, thank you for coming.
Yeah, it's probably something that happened off stream
Mhm.
because I don't see anything in the activity feed about a subscription happening.
Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous, and Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment, he's not thinking logically.
You're right that he's not himself, but I knew it would be like this, and I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise. As a lawyer, and as his best friend.
Then that's what we shall
Yes.
do.
The defense has no objection, my lord.
I think. Very well. Defendant, you will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the assassin exchange.
As you wish, my lord. Damn, just right away. So, what we're gonna do here...
Okay.
So I don't even want to listen to this because it's so fucking late. So, I just
Really?
wanted to hear the end of the Jigoku part because that's the main part we went through.
Mhm.
Oh, it works now! Glucose converted from a Prime sub to a Tier 1 sub. Oh. Huh. I've never seen a notification like that. But thank you, Glucose. I appreciate it, nonetheless. And look, you have the little Kirby. You have the little Kerbo. And yes, Glucose, you did sub. I see the... It goes from Prime Gaming badge to Prime Gaming and sub badge. Anyway.
Yippee!
That's the game. That's the game.
It's sleepy time.
It's fucking sleepy time. It's almost 1 a.m. I'm gonna have a shite day at
Holy
work
shit.
tomorrow, but that's just the nature of
brother.
having Sunday streams. Looking forward to the
Oh,
finale
7.
tomorrow. Excuse me, no shit, no fucking stream will be happening tomorrow. Next week, my good bitch. But yeah, next week could be the finale, but I'm definitely seeing that we're on like Act 2 or Act 2 of 3 of this chapter is what I'm feeling.
Yeah.
Because we haven't actually confronted who the mastermind is, we're just getting to that part. Anyway. Fucking
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm swearing a lot because I'm tired. Sinking.
It's all good.
Sleep. Sleep.
yeah,
And I will put a resident sleeper in there as well because it's an emote that reminds me of Ryan Phantom. Do you think the Kirby sleep and the resident sleeper sleep are having a sleepover? I like to think they're leaning on each other in that like anime way, you know? Like, oh.
Yeah, they're slumpy.
They're slumping. Anyway, good night, everyone. I am going to
Good
sleep.
morning.
Good
Oh my
morning.
god.
Yeah.
Good morning.
I think I said when Senna or some other European AM guys were leaving last stream yesterday, I actually said to them Guten Morgen because I was thinking of you.
Yippee!
Anyway, good night, Twitch.
Good morning.